Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Mann, Deputy Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of today's statutory public meeting. We have a few items to work through this morning, and we will regroup tonight at 5 for a special council meeting, the last before the holiday break and the final meeting of 2021. So welcome to those watching it from home, to colleagues and our delegates today. We continue to meet virtually due to COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, we are up against a new variant right now that is circulating in our community. I'd like to remind everyone to follow public health advice and guidelines and to be kind to each other. We are all in this together. Thank you to everyone doing their part to keep us safe ahead of the holidays, a time when we gather with loved ones. Let's remember to do so safely this year. If you haven't already received your vaccine or booster shot and you're able to do so, please go ahead and do it. Now we'll get started with our agenda. Please remember to be respectful and welcoming. Words and tone do matter. This morning we have 3 statutory public meetings under the Ontario Planning Act. We will be taking a 30-minute recess around noon, and we hope to have heard most of our pre-registered delegates, but if we have not at that time, we will recess again and return for the remainder of the speakers, including those who wish to speak to the public meeting online. At the conclusion of the statutory public meeting today, Council will take a recess and reconvene at 5 p.m. this evening for a regular special council meeting to consider other items on the agenda. And we'll now move into our agenda. And I'll ask the clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade will be joining us shortly. Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Mehta.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett will also join us shortly. Deputy Mayor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Mayor McGarry.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. In addition, we are going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us today. And joining us electronically, we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Dave Bush, Cheryl Zonleiter, Hardy Bromberg, and Yogesh Shah, our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields. We also have staff from other divisions joining us, our Chief Planner, Lisa Prime, and others will be joining us throughout the meeting when their item is up for discussion. And clerking the meeting today, we have our City Clerk, Danielle Manton, Deputy Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Mallory Greenoff, Council Committee Services Coordinators. Thanks today to our Technology Services staff, Greg Algie, who is assisting with the logistics for today's meeting. At this time, we would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land. And a reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under consideration. And to council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will now move forward with our agenda for today's meeting. Again, today we have 3 statutory public meetings under the Ontario Planning Act. I will call upon staff to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of the statutory public meeting. Once we have heard from staff, we will hear from the applicant or the consultant for the property. Afterwards, I will call for our pre-registered delegations and then open the phone lines to any members of our virtual audience who have tuned in to our live stream of today's meeting and wish to speak to the item. Members of our virtual audience wishing to speak to an item before us today may contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Again, this number is 740-4680, extension 4799. City staff are on hand to monitor and receive calls to this number during the course of the statutory public meeting. This number is also available on our city website, our agenda, and on the live stream of our meeting located on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Each delegate who participates will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. I want to remind members of council and the public that there is no debate of the item in the public meeting. I also want to remind council that this statutory public meeting item will be before council a second time with a recommendation report, and today's process is for public consultation. Council will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on a planning application. If a member of the public would like to be informed of further reports and/or decisions on the matter, we ask that you please email your name and contact information to our planning division. The contact information for the staff member associated with the public meeting will be shared as part of their presentation. We are excited to be here with you again, Cambridge, for another special council meeting and another reminder that we are all in this together and we need to continue to do our part. The first statutory public meeting for today is agenda number 5.1, report 21-316CD, public meeting report 212 Queen Street West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, care of Blackthorn Development Corp. We will hear from staff, the consultants, and then move to pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item. I will ask council that we hold off on questions for staff until we hear from all delegations today as part of the public meeting. Today, we will begin the presentation from Michael Campos, Intermediate Planner Developer, who will provide an overview of this report. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Michael, the clerk has the screen up, and if you just want to let her know when to advise or to advance the slide, she'll do that for you. So please go ahead, Michael, and again, welcome.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning, Deputy Mayor, Madam Mayor, members of council, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I am an intermediate planner with the city. I'm here today to present the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application submitted for 212 Queen Street West. Next slide, please. So the purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the proposed planning applications to council and the public. Notice was mailed to assessed owners within 120 meters of the subject property, as well as anyone else who had requested notification in accordance with the Planning Act. Notice was also provided in the Cambridge Times on November 18th of this year. Please contact my email below if you would like any further information on the applications, or if you would like to receive future notification. And also, I'm available anytime if you'd like to discuss the application. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, we are currently in the public meeting stage, which is early on in the review process. The next steps will include the review of staff and agency comments, as well as comments received at this meeting to form our recommendation and to prepare a final recommendation report to be presented to council for review and final decision. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are located approximately 600 meters west of the Hessler core area along Queen Street West. The site is bounded by Weaver Street to the west, Queen Street West to the north, and Winston Boulevard to the east. The site has a total lot area of approximately 0.22 hectares and is currently vacant. This site was actually formerly used as a gas station. However, it was decommissioned in 1997, and the applicant is intending to remediate the lands as part of the proposed development. The surrounding land uses consist of a mix of residential, commercial, and industrial uses, with emerging intensification of land uses. Next slide, please. So as can be seen on your screen, the applicant is proposing to develop the subject property with a 3-story residential building containing a total of 37 residential units, which is comprised of 21 one-bedroom units and 16 two-bedroom units. The intent is that these units would be used for rental purposes in the future. A total of 49 parking spaces are proposed within an underground parking garage. 10 of the proposed spaces are dedicated for visitor parking spaces. 2 barrier-free spaces and 1 loading space is proposed at surface level. And access to the surface level parking and underground garage is proposed via Winston Boulevard, which bounds the lands on the eastern side of the site. The proposed development will also include a 575 square meter green roof amenity area, which residents would have full access to. The green roof is intended to provide an area for leisure activities and gathering, while providing wide-ranging views of the nearby natural features that are located across the road. The site will also provide ground floor landscaping surrounding the lands. Next slide, please. This slide provides 2 illustrations of the proposed design of the residential building. So as can be seen, the development will be modern in design with proposed minimalistic design elements. Next slide, please. So in order to facilitate the development of the 3-story residential building, the applicant was required to submit applications for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. The official plan amendment is required to facilitate the proposed increase in allowable density on the subject lands from a maximum of 75 units per hectare to 167 units per hectare. A zoning bylaw amendment is also required in order to rezone the subject lands from the current residential R4 and commercial C5 zones to the multiple residential RM2 zone, which would allow the development of an apartment house containing 4 or more dwelling units. The applicant is also seeking to establish a site-specific provision pertaining to the density. The RM2 zone proposed for the lands allows a maximum density of 150 units per hectare, whereas the applicant is proposing a maximum density of 167 units per hectare. All other provisions of the RM2 zone are being complied with as part of this proposal. Next slide, please. The following are the considerations that will be taken in preparing a future recommendation report. And so in addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, consideration will be had for land use compatibility with surrounding existing development and the overall character of the existing neighborhood, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific zoning requests associated with this proposed development, and any comments that are received from members of council, public, city staff, and agency circulation. Next slide, please. And so the staff recommendation is as written on the slide, that report 21316CD be received, and that application OR0921 for 212 Queen Street West be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. And we'll hold off on questions for staff and the consultants until after we've heard from the delegations. And we'll just take a moment now to bring in the consultant, Maurizio Regatto, principal of Blackthorn Development Corp. And Maurizio, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you and welcome. And I know you have a presentation, so please just ask the clerk to advance the slide when you're ready to move on, and we'll do that for you. So again, welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Mann and members of council. Firstly, I want to say I'm really grateful to appear before council this morning. It's my first project in Cambridge, so I'm really delighted and grateful to be before you in this pandemic, and business carries on, which I think is a testament to the ability of the city of Cambridge to carry on. As mentioned, my name is Maurizio Regatto. I'm a registered professional planner. I'm the principal of Blackthorn Development Corp. And representing the owner of 212 Queen Street West, which is before you this morning for public hearing. I have a very brief presentation, and I want to thank Michael for his very thorough presentation. Next slide, please. Just a very quick recap, which Michael already provided. You've got your site area, 37 rental units proposed in a 3-story apartment building. We meet all the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw. Next slide. This is just some architectural views of the design. As you can see, it's a modern building. Next slide, and Madam Clerk, you could probably run through the slides because they're just elevations of the building in a cross section. Looking at the cross section, we tried to match the grade best we could with the surrounding right-of-ways, and we were able to achieve that. And then lastly, I will say that we've moved on pretty quickly to remediate the site. We're almost done, and we're almost ready to file for record of site condition. And of course, I'm available to answer any questions members of council or anybody from the public may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Maurizio. And what we're going to do now is we're just going to go to our pre-registered delegations. And we do not have any pre-registered delegations to Statutory Public Meeting Report 21-316CD, Public Meeting Report 212 Queen Street West Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, care of Blackthorn Development Corp. So I want to remind the public that should you wish to call in to speak to this item, to call 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Staff are on hand to receive your calls at this time. So we're just going to take a short break to see if there are any calls. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, so please turn off your cameras and your mics, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to continue on with this item. Well, again, we do not have any pre-registered delegations to speak to this item, so we'll move ahead. But I just want to let council and the public know that the reason we take these breaks is we want to give the public 3 opportunities to call in to speak to this item. So again, there are no registered delegations. So I'll now open the floor again to the members of the public who wish to call in and speak to Public Meeting Report 221-316CD, Public Meeting Report number 212 Queen Street West, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, care of Blackthorn Development Corp. And again, individuals wishing to speak to this item can call us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. And I'll just confer with the clerk to determine if there are any individuals who have called in to speak to this item. And should we have callers after this second call out, we will have them contacted in order. And I'm seeing that there are no callers at this time, so we're going to take a second 3-minute break at this time, and we'll come back again in 3 minutes. Just before we move ahead, I noticed that Councillor Adshade has joined us. Welcome, Councillor Adshade. And before we move on, just to ask if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest that you would like to make.
No, I don't. Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor. We've not received we have not received any requests to speak to this item during our second short break. We will now move to a longer break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in to speak to Report 21-316 CD, Public Meeting Report 212 Queen Street West, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, care of Blackthorn Development Corp. And this will be the third and final call out. So we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene at that time. Well, welcome back, and I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been monitored and no one has called in to speak to this item today. So before we put the motion on the floor, I will ask council if they have any questions for our consultants or staff today. Are there any questions for the consultant or staff? I think Councillor Reid, you have a question with a happy face.
Yes, I do. I guess I pushed the wrong thing. I do have a question. I'm very pleased to see that that it is going to be rental, but sometimes I have found in the past that rental turns into condos. So I would really like to ask the developer if their intention is going to hold and stay as a rental, because I think that our rental stock is something we need more of.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, to Councillor Reid, absolutely. My client is committed to rental tenure. What I will say, and I have got no instructions of any kind, at times proponents do condominiumize for estate planning. But other than that, the tenure is definitely rental. There is absolutely no plans to go to market with these units. So yeah, it's rental. And in fact, I think that's a big bonus for this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move next to Councillor Devine, please. Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. I really like the fact that it's a rental building, like Councillor Reid had pointed out. I mean, we need rental in Cambridge, but more importantly, right now, we also need, we're very, very short of rental north of the 401. So that's hugely important. Now, the other question I have, Mr. Regatto, is looking at the architecture of the building. That's a very modern looking building. And I believe, to be quite honest with you, I mean, I like everything about the building, what you've done. I like the fact that it's 3 stories. It looks good. That building is fronting directly on Queen Street. Directly across the street from that building is the old Dominion Woolens, which has been there for many, many years. And architecturally, it's a beautiful building. Directly behind the project you're doing is the old mill manager's house, which is well over 100 years old, a beautiful brick building. All along the Queen Street area, most of those homes are well over 100 years old. Now, I do understand on Winston, backing on to Winston there are some townhomes there, but they do not front onto Queen Street. And additionally, there's also the regional housing there where the old Hester Memorial Arena was many, many years ago. But they actually do not front on Queen Street either. Now, the building itself is a beautiful building, but I do believe the building with the architecture that you've designed is out of place on Queen Street. Is there a possibility of changing the architecture in that to add more stone, more brick? Because I do believe the building's out of place.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, to Councillor Devine, absolutely. We also filed a site plan control application, and I believe through that process, we can work with staff to change up some of the materials of the building. It was a first submission, a pretty modern architectural expression,
Yeah.
But I would say we can mix it up, absolutely.
Okay, no, that's good. That's important. We do it because we have a building on 47 or 49 Queen Street East. That's a beautiful building, but it's totally out of place on Queen Street. So we'd like to just kind of keep the character of the street. And I'd be very, very happy to work with staff and yourself to work through that.
Absolutely. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to council, are there any other questions for the consultant or for staff? Seeing none, I too am very appreciative of the building that's going up in this location. It's going to add to the rental stock that we have in our city, and that's something that we really need. And I think this is a great opportunity and a great project that will be moving ahead. Just want to remind council that this item is only before us for receipt, and we are to refer this report back to staff so that they can move ahead. And this item will come before council again with recommendations at a later date. So I want to thank Michael and Maurizio for their presentation, and I'm going to call on Councillor Devine. I believe you have the motion. If you would please read it in its entirety.
I'd be happy to. 21-316 bracket CD public meeting report 212 Queen Street West official plan and zone bylaw amendment 2303-623 Ontario Incorporated bracket COIBI group. Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Reid. Recommendation that report 21-316 CD public meeting report 212 Queen Street West official plan zoning bylaw amendment -2303-623 Ontario Incorporated bracket COIBI group be received, and that the application 0R09 //21 for 212 Queen Street West be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. I'd just like to speak on that very quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Go ahead.
I think this is actually, I think it's great for the community. I'm concerned about the architecture, obviously. That spot has been sitting there for a long time, and I'm surprised it's taken so long to be developed. But I think the fact that they're wanting to stick with 3 stories is wonderful. The rental, I think, is great. Yeah, and the density will be increased, but I mean, I can certainly live with that. But if the architecture on the outside gets changed and is more compatible to the neighborhood, I think that will just be a wonderful development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And just before we move on to Councillor Mehta, there was a revised movers list that went out, and I believe the motion that you've read has been revised. So I'm just going to get Madam Clerk to read out the revised motion, if you would, please.
Thank you. That report 21316 CD public meeting report 212 Queen Street West official plan and zoning bylaw amendment care of Blackthorn Development Corp be received, and that application ORO921 for 212 Queen Street West be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you. And we'll move on to other questions. We'll move to Councillor Mehta. Go ahead, please, Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, they're just comments, if I may.
What we'll do is we'll move on to any questions, and then we'll come back to comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please, with any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. Thank you very much for presentations. I agree, this looks like it has the potential to be an excellent addition to the area. My question just had to do, because of the nature of this being so close to the core and so close to bike trails, do we have any spaces planned for bicycle parking or bike storage? And I'm sorry if I missed that. And also, will there be any, let's say, electric charging stations for electric cars? Those are my 2 kind of questions about this.
Thank you. And maybe we'll turn to the consultant for comment in relation to that.
Of course, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Hamilton, absolutely, we have bike storage, and we could make provision for charging stations. It's pretty new, but that's something we could definitely look into and figure out the details on. Again, I think the site plan control application affords us that ability to refine the details, but the answer to both is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Mann. Just wanted to say thanks. You know, with the intensification of the cores, I think biking, walking, and of course EV charging, I think it's best of us to get ahead of the game and look at that now sooner rather than later. So it's great to hear that you're willing to consider that. Thank you.
Thanks. Moving on to Mayor McGarry. Go ahead, please, Mayor McGarry.
It's a comment, if I may.
We'll just make sure I don't believe there are any other questions, but so please go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate this development. I think it ticks off a lot of the boxes of what we're trying to do for core revitalization. Having more people living and working in downtown core areas does help to support the local small businesses. It becomes a walkable community. It is closely connected with trails along the river. I think this is a very good use of the space, and it does tick off some of the boxes that we're trying to look after in terms of our overall policy. certainly with the Places to Grow Act with Ontario, it means that we are intensifying to have more places to live for many of the people that are moving to Cambridge, often because of new businesses starting up in the area. So this is a win-win-win for the community, and I really appreciate the ability to comment this morning.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, and we'll move on to Councillor Ameta. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ameta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I have to say it's a really refreshing application to see, and I think it reflects very well on the applicant that there have been no concerns basically from the neighborhood from what we've seen, and I believe this is going to really enhance the area, and it's something that's needed. We need a lot more rental housing in the city, and we want to see more of our brownfield sites redeveloped and being able to have people live within close proximity to the core to be able to support the businesses there. And I think Councillor Devine was right to raise the architectural element, that it would be nice to improve that part and to have more stone and brick as well to make it the best that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. And seeing no more questions or comments, I do want to thank Michael Campos and Maurizio Regatto for their presentations this morning. And I'm now going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Meta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
In favor.
And that carries.
Great, thank you. Our second statutory public meeting today is agenda number 5.2, report 21-313 CD, additional residential units, city initiated zoning bylaw amendment, and official plan amendment, public meeting. We will hear from staff, the consultants, and then move to pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item. I will ask council that we hold off on questions for staff until we hear from all delegations today as part of this public meeting. Today, we will begin with a presentation from Lisa Chominak, Planner, Secretary Treasurer to the Committee of Adjustment and Development Charges Coordinator, who will provide an overview of this report. We also have Alison Luoma, Senior Planner from Meridian Planning Consultants, available to answer any questions. Welcome, Lisa. Good morning, Lisa. Are you there? I understand she's going to join us shortly. Good morning, Lisa. Are you there?
Oh, through the chair, I'm here.
Thank you. Welcome, Lisa, and thanks for joining us this morning. Your screen, the clerk has your screen on your presentation on the screen, rather, and if you just ask for her to advance to the next slide when appropriate, she'll do that for you. So again, welcome, and please go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, senior staff, and the public. My name is Lisa Chominak, and I'm here today to present on a city-initiated, citywide official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment in relation to additional residential units, which we are calling also ARUs. Next slide, please. The purpose of this meeting is to formally introduce the amendments to the official plan and the zoning bylaw to council and the public. The draft amendments can be found within the staff report. Notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act on this application. If any member of the public wants to be on the mailing list or has any comments, my email is provided on this slide. It's also at the top of every slide, so please reach out to me. Next slide. The graphic here just shows the process to date on where we are at so far. So we started with a report to council, report number 21221. That was accessory unit bylaw public consultation strategy that was brought forward sometime in the summer in August. It gave an overview of the policy changes. It included a best practice review, and it outlined a public consultation strategy in the planning process. Followed by, in October, we held 2 virtual public open houses, which were followed by a public survey. We have circulated to departments and agencies, and right now we're at the statutory public meeting where we are receiving comments from council and the public to inform a future recommendation report. We are hoping to come back sometime early in the new year. We have February slated there. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on why we are here now. So through the 2019 More Homes, More Choice Act, also known as Bill 108, the province requires all municipalities in Ontario to permit ARUs within communities. So it's important to note here that this is mandated by the province to do this. So now the city needs to update the official plan and the zoning bylaw to align with these new requirements. Next slide, please. So this comes from section 16.3 of the Planning Act. So sometime in January 2012, Bill 140 came out, which required that municipalities allow secondary units, again, as we're calling them ARUs, to be either in the home or in an accessory building. So in response, in 2018, the city went through a zoning bylaw amendment and came out with the secondary dwelling unit bylaw 108.18 that we use today. Now with Bill 108, the province has come back and said, okay, now you need to allow for 2 more units within a home. So our response today is to present the amendment for the official plan and the zoning bylaw to reflect this new legislation. Next slide, please. So the new legislation will potentially allow up to 3 dwelling units per residential lot. So what that could look like is the primary unit, as you can see in the graphic there, that would be considered 1 unit or the primary unit. The second unit could be like a basement apartment or an attic conversion. And then the third unit could be potentially in an accessory structure on the property. I did also want to note that there are no appeals to policies that authorize the use of ARUs. Next slide, please. Okay, so what exactly is an ARU? It is a dwelling unit that is subordinate to the primary dwelling unit on a lot. So it's supposed to act as a secondary unit and just be smaller than the primary. It has bedrooms, bathrooms, a kitchen, and living accommodations. It also must satisfy all Ontario Building Code and Fire Code requirements. So again, the graphic, just the blue shaded area at the top kind of shows that it could be a basement. And then there's also an example of a detached structure. Next slide, please. I'm actually going to skip past this slide. We go to the next one. So there will be another report going forward on tiny homes. The reason why I just skipped that slide is I don't want to confuse people with the definition in any way. Basically, for the purpose of an ARU, it needs to be a permanent structure, so meaning it has a foundation. So if it's in a backyard shed or anything like that, it's permanent. It's not on a trailer or on wheels. And the second piece to note with ARUs is that they are part of the primary property. They can't be sold or be severed onto their own lots. So again, I just skipped past that because there will be a report in January coming on tiny homes to kind of clarify that definition there. So why are we looking at ARUs? So ARUs, they provide a short-term and sustainable response to affordable housing. They support housing needs based on stages of life and income, and it's really a more efficient use of infrastructure. On the right are some images of the arrangements of ARUs. So, you know, they can appeal to people like having your parents live with you, your grandparents. Maybe you have a teenager who's going off to university and they want their independence, but they still are staying local. So there's a lot of different scenarios on who ARUs would appeal to. Next slide, please. This is just another arrangement of what ARUs can be and what they look like. And again, the intent here is that they are subordinate to the main dwelling. Another thing I wanted to reiterate is that Cambridge already allows these type of units, but this This presentation, this policy is that we are going to be allowing for more than one of these units. So again, you have the primary unit, and in the red, you can have something like a basement suite. You can have one in the attic or the top of a home. You can have one as an addition to the home. And then you can have a detached ARU, which would be in an accessory structure in the yard. Next slide, please. This slide just shows, again, some more images of ARUs and what they could look like. Basement or attic conversions, standalone, garage conversions, attached, detached, etc. Next slide, please. So the draft official plan and zoning bylaw will ensure that ARUs can appropriately be accommodated on residential properties, subject to a few criteria. So what we are proposing is that a max of 2 be permitted on a property. So 1 can be in the home and 1 in a structure, or 2 can be in the home and none in a structure. They must be on the same lot and subordinate to the primary dwelling, must be compatible within the neighborhood, not permitted on hazardous lands or floodplain, and must be on servicing. Next slide, please. So now I'll just get into some of the details on what is being proposed in the zoning bylaw amendment. So ARUs will be and are allowed in detached, semi-detached, or townhome dwellings. Now, we do recognize that not all lots may be appropriate to have 3 total units, just in terms of amenity space and parking. So what we're proposing is to have certain zones in the city that would permit the 2, so 1 in the home and 1 in accessory, and then other zones in the city that would only permit 1 in the home. So the ones that would permit the 2 for a total of 3, including the primary, would be larger lot zones like the R1, R2, R1, R2, R3, and R4 zones. And then the smaller frontage areas would only be permitted to have 1 ARU in the home. And those are the R5 just listed there. So R5, R6, RD3, RD4, RD5, RM1, 2, 3, and 4. We are also requiring 1 parking space per ARU. Right now, our current bylaw requires 1 parking space per bedroom, which we found it's extremely high compared to other municipalities that we looked at in the best practice review. We're also looking at parking exemptions in certain areas, but this part is still under review. And one item we are still keeping is we are only allowing a maximum of 2 bedrooms per unit, and that is what's in our existing policy right now. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we are looking at some parking exemptions. These are still under review. They are illustrated on the screen. So in map A, we're looking at the core areas. Map B would look at the core areas plus 800 meters around existing transit terminals. So we have the Ainsley Street Transit Terminal and the Cambridge Center. Those 2 were chosen because 1, they're permanent, and also because the new LRT stations are within close proximity to these 2. And then map C, we're looking at the 2 maps, AB combined, plus an 800-meter distance around the core areas. And that is just because the core areas are supposed to be walkable neighborhoods. But as I mentioned, this part is still under review and just needs further consultation with some other staff departments. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to look at some provisions when an ARU is within a home. So the gross floor area of the ARU cannot exceed 40% of the gross floor area of the primary home. Now that is something that we already have in our existing bylaw. What we are changing in this is that if it's located in a basement, it can occupy the entire basement. This will help homes such as bungalows, raised bungalows, to occupy the entire basement level without exceeding that 40%. We're also requiring where there's access through a side door, a 1.2 meter separation between lot line and the door must be there. Next slide, please. So if you wanted to do an ARU in a detached structure, we would be allowing these in the interior side yard, exterior yard, and rear yard. The same GFA applies. So the ARU cannot exceed 40% of the primary dwelling, up to a maximum of 80 square meters. We also have within our bylaw for accessory structures, they cannot be more than 10% of the lot area, and they cannot be greater than 4.5 meters in height and cannot exceed 1 story. So those are the accessory structure regulations that we currently have in our bylaw that we will be keeping. Again, a clear pedestrian path of 1.2 meters from the entrance to the street line needs to be maintained. A 1.2 meter rear yard setback, 3 meter rear yard if it's off a laneway. And as I mentioned previously, an accessory ARU cannot be severed from the main dwelling. It needs to maintain on the same property. Next slide, please. So we conducted a best practice review. The city retained Meridian Planning Consultants to undertake this review, and they looked at other municipalities and how they have implemented the provincial requirements. They looked at cities such as Guelph, Kitchener, Hamilton, and so on. And we actually have Allison Luoma here today from Meridian Planning Consultants as a panelist after the presentation to help answer any questions. The best practice review is also on the city's website and on the link on the screen. Next slide, please. Okay, so in summary, I want to say that municipalities are now required through the More Homes, More Choice Act to permit ARUs in detached, semi-detached, and townhouse dwellings and in accessory buildings or structures, totaling a possible of 3 residential units on a property. The city already allows 1 ARU, so within the home or within a structure. We've allowed this since 2018 with some provisions that the applicant will need to meet. So the new official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, it updates these, but it also removes some previous provisions from the bylaw 18018. And the new OPA ZBLA will allow for 2 ARUs now, subject to certain zones and provisions. Again, I did want to mention that there is no appeal mechanism for the policy or zoning instruments that implement the provincial requirements. Next slide, please. We also did some public engagement. So we did launch an online public survey. It was open until November 13th. We did have 2 public open houses that were virtual, held on October 21st. We launched a page on the Engage Cambridge website that has all the documents and reports, and that can be viewed at the link there. Next slide, please. So as for next steps, we are at the statutory public meeting right now. We will be collecting public feedback and any other comments. We will take this feedback and turn it into a recommendation report for council, which we are hoping to bring sometime in the new year. Like I mentioned, we have February 2022 on there. Next slide, please. Okay, and that concludes my presentation. Like I mentioned, we do have Allison. I'm not sure if she's been brought into the room yet, but we do have her here to help answer any questions that council or the public may have.
Thank you, Lisa, for a very informative and detailed presentation. Very good. And I'm just going to remind council that we'll hold off on questions for staff and the consultant until we hear from all delegations today as part of this public meeting. And so we will now hear from pre-registered delegations for report 21-313CD, additional residential units, city initiated zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment, public meeting. I want to remind the public that should you wish to call in to speak to this item, to call 519-740-4680, extension 4799. And staff are on standby to receive your call. We do have 1 pre-registered delegation for this public meeting, and that is Michelle and Graham Price. And I'll just wait until we have them in the meeting. Hello, Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, it's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to delegate today. Just as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark warning you at that time. So again, welcome, Michelle, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Dear Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council, city staff, and residents, thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak with you today on such an important matter. I reviewed the proposed content regarding the additional residential units for the City of Cambridge and would like to make some following suggested amendments to the content. Again, in keeping with safekeeping of our neighborhood, as well as environmental and natural resources. So the following is what I would like to propose be added to the bylaw and associated documents. That ARUs not be permitted in an area surrounded by wetlands, swamps, or designated natural heritage areas, or ARUs not be permitted where groundwater in the area is classified as an issue contributing area, is with intrinsic vulnerability, is a significant groundwater recharge area, is in a wellhead protected area, or that an ARU not be permitted in a neighborhood where a previous site-specific exception to permit further intensification has already been granted. For example, zoning bylaw 4.1.168, Madame Galt Limited, 30T 88052, Town Line Road. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Michelle. Does council have any questions of this delegate? Seeing none, again, Michelle, I want to thank you for your time, for being with us today. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further pre-registered delegations for this public meeting, so I will now open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to report 21-313CD, additional residential units, city-initiated zoning bylaw, amendment and official plan amendment. Public meeting. Again, individuals wishing to speak can contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. At this time, I'm going to confer with our clerk to determine if any individuals have called in requesting to speak to this item. And should we have callers after this first call out, we will contact them in order to speak. I will ask for your patience while we take a moment to wait for callers. Well, thank you and welcome back. We have received 3 delegates requesting to speak to this public meeting item during our short break, and I will ask for your patience as we contact each delegate to move into the meeting. Our first delegate is Manaj Ahmad. Manaj, are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Good, thank you, and welcome to our meeting this morning. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to delegate today. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and I would ask that you ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may have to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. A reminder to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item you're speaking to. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. So again, welcome to our meeting this morning. Manaj, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, council. I'm speaking to this matter being an applicant who went through the minor variance process for being allowed to construct a secondary unit in my basement. My house is a R6 zone, and the 2018 bylaw requires a minimum area of 450 meters square and a minimum frontage of 11 meters to construct a basement unit. There are other requirements as well, but I met all of those. I just wanted to join the call today just to give my 2 cents on this proposal for the new bylaw. I think that's what the planning staff is recommending is extremely in line with what the rest of the neighboring cities are doing around Cambridge, which is City of Kitchener, City of Guelph. They have like significantly less, like more lenient requirements for constructing a secondary unit. For just to give you an example, City of Kitchener requires 235 meters square lot area and 9 meter of frontage. City of Guelph requires 275 meters square and 9 meter of frontage. That's significantly lower and way more reasonable than what the 2018 zoning bylaw has for City of Cambridge for additional residential units. The parking requirements are also pretty strict here, than our neighboring cities. So, and like Lisa mentioned, there is a huge push right now from the provincial government to let this happen. And what I faced, I had an extremely uphill battle against the committee of adjustment, where I find the committee members were not completely up to date to what the provincial mandate is, and then there were, like, most of the time there would be neighbors joining in, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with this term called NIMBY, where it basically means not in my backyard, and there's a huge push for not to let this happen from the neighborhood, like a lot of people in the neighborhood, which is understandable to a certain extent. But some of the reasons for not letting this happen were really not valid. That's why when I did appeal, my minor variance was rejected in the committee of adjustment meeting, and then I had to go through the appeal process, which was almost 6 to 8 months in wait. And then eventually when I went there, I had a presentation prepared and that decision was overturned. That was another $400 I spent on top of what I paid for the minor variance application. Whereas, like,
Manaj,
Yeah.
can you just bring it back to topic, please, for the additional housing? So we want to get away from
sure.
what you went through, but more about what this particular item is about, if you could, please.
Sorry about that. Yeah, what I mean to say is, I think the current requirements are really out of date, and with the new provincial mandates, like, I think removing or at least easing some of these restrictions is highly desirable.
Great, thank you, Manaj. I'm just going to turn to council and see if anyone has any questions for you before we let you go. And to council, are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I want to thank you for participating in our meeting today, Minaj. You're welcome to watch and to continue watching the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you like. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Pawandeep Garwal. And we'll just wait a moment and get Pawandeep online. Pawandeep, can you hear me? Pawandeep?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Pawandeep. It's Deputy Mayor Mann. Thank you for joining us to delegate this morning. I just want to remind you that you have 5 minutes to address council on this item. And please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may have to end your comments. We do have rules of engagement in Cambridge Council meetings, and I ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And a reminder to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item you're speaking to. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have some questions for you. So again, welcome to our meeting this morning. Please go ahead.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak in this public meeting. The previous delegate brought up a few points that I wanted to ask. One is regarding the lot frontage in the R6 zone, which currently is 11 meters. So though additional residential units are permitted there, but we have to go through the minor variance, which we thought we might not. Let's see if the zoning allows in the next amendment to bring that zoning requirement to 9 meters. And one additional, another thing that I wanted to talk about was the minimum lot size. It is quite high for the city of Cambridge as compared to other cities. So these are the two major things I wanted to bring in this meeting, that if those two aspects of zoning can be brought down to accommodate more number of additional residential units in the city of Cambridge, that would be great. So these two are the main points that I wanted to discuss. So that's it from my side.
Well, thank you, Pawandeep. And I'll just turn to council and see if anyone has any questions for you. And to council, does anyone have any questions for Pawandeep? And seeing none, I do want to thank you for participating in our meeting this morning. And you're welcome to continue watching the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like to. Thank you, Pawandeep.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Our next delegation is Kaylee Geese. And I'll just, Kaylee, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good morning, Kaylee. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to delegate this morning. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your comments. We do have rules of engagement in Cambridge Council meetings and ask that you ensure your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. A reminder to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item that you're speaking to. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. So again, welcome to our meeting this morning. You can go ahead, Kaylee.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Council, for taking the time to hear me. My name's Kaylee. I'm a 10-year Hespeler resident, and I'm a single mom with 2 young children. And so specifically, I just wanted to reiterate from Lisa's presentation, the fact that families are trying to plan for the future. So in my situation, I'm actually more concerned about my children being able to afford a home in 10 or 20 years rather than being worried about their education. So as I'm moving forward in planning for my family's future, being able to afford my residence by potentially renting out my basement at portions of time, and planning for my aging parents as well to potentially be able to move into my home are things that are very much on my mind right now. My kids are under the age of 5 currently, but you know, we are longtime Hespeler residences and we plan to stay here. And so it would be really nice to have the opportunity for our children to also continue to be a part of this community. Specifically, also speaking to Lisa's presentation, bungalows are currently kind of discriminated against because you're only allowed 40% allowance of your entire home at the moment. And so that additional 10% in a bungalow, because you have 50% on the main floor, 50% in the basement. I've recently invested in a rental property that is a bungalow, and the basement is coming up against this issue that only 40% of the basement is allowed to be rented. So I just wanted to come on, speak as a member of the Hespeler community, someone who is an active community member, and we're looking to, you know, keep our families growing and safe and secure for the future. So I just really appreciate the council looking at some of these outdated policies, as Lisa also mentioned, and opening up a few items so that we can continue to grow as a community. Yeah, I just really appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me from a single parent perspective on the future of my kids as well.
Well, thank you for your presentation, Kaylee. And I'm just going to turn to council and see if there are any questions for you. And I do see that Councillor Hamilton has a question for you. So, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. Thank you very much, Kaylee, for your delegation and for sharing your story with us. My question just had to do with the future and the type of Cambridge that your kids will grow up in. Obviously, if we make these changes, it presents a bit of a different kind of neighborhood landscape than maybe the kind that we grew up in when we were kids. I was just wondering if you could comment on, if those changes go through, do you think it'll be worth it? Will those changes be worth it?
Right. Okay, that's a fair question. And sorry, my child is actually crying right now.
I have a baby girl napping in the other room, so I completely understand. Don't worry.
Yes. Yeah. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Sorry, one moment, please. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, my child also has COVID right now. So this is how important this is to me, that I'm taking time out of my sick baby's timeline to chat with you guys today. I think it's the responsibility, you know, of the city to continue to offer discernment around these decisions, obviously. But I love this community, and I think that the variants that are being spoken to today are moving in line with what needs to happen because of the real estate market. My house price right now, I would not be able to afford to live in this house if I had to buy it today. I would be having to rent a unit, and I don't want to continue to bombard the rental market because my kids can't afford a place to live either. So if I have the opportunity to buy homes now before the market continues to be inflated, then I think the community will stay balanced. But if no opportunities are given because of rules and regulations and everything is going to the rental market, then my kids will not have the opportunity to sort of build wealth and build a home to live in that they eventually own one day. But in regards to the impact on the community, I am trusting in the council and trusting in the city and the Ontario legislation that all of those important factors will keep in line. Is that a good answer?
That's a very good answer, Callie. Thank you very much. And we appreciate you taking the time away from your sick kids, and I hope they recover very quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions for Kaylee? Seeing none, Kaylee, we do want to thank you for participating in our meeting today. And again, as Councillor Hamilton said, we wish you and your family all the very best. You're welcome to continue watching the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next delegation is Alec Sharma. We'll just take a moment to get Alec into the meeting. Good morning, Alec. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us this morning to delegate. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and to please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your comments. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask again that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. A reminder to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item you are speaking to. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. So again, welcome, Alec, and please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Mayor and Madam Mayor and all the council members for allowing me the opportunity to talk about this. I'm a resident of R6 zone in Preston, and I just wanted to make some comments that in the direction city is thinking about allowing the ARUs and making amendments. I think with the growth city of Cambridge is seeing, it is in the right direction because near my area, there's Conestoga College, where so many students are coming from within the country and overseas. Also, there is a new proposed site of Amazon, which will bring more employment, and a new Conestoga Institute on the north side of Highway 401. Along with that, there are many other people coming from GTA area because now we are moving into the remote working environment. So I believe with the current real estate pricing, which we all are seeing, and the shortage of housing, this move is necessary than ever. And, if the council will approve the restrictions which are in place right now, such as the requirement of 9-meter frontage, the overall lot size, that will help the housing shortage and will provide affordable rental units to those who are in need, which might be young families, young professionals, students, workers in and around the development which is happening. So that is my comment. And I'm also a resident of a house which has a 9-meter frontage, and it will help everyone in the community. And with the need of future, I hope that the council will approve this, and it will benefit the community overall. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alec, and I'll just ask you to hold on, and we'll see if council has any questions for you. And turning to council, does anyone have any questions for Alec Sharma? Seeing none, again, I want to thank you for participating in our meeting this morning, and you're welcome to continue watching the remainder of the meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you like. Thanks, Alec.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Again, at this time, I want to remind viewers that individuals wishing to speak to this item may contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. As noted, in order to ensure all those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, we are now going to take a brief 3-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to item 21-313CD, additional residential units, city initiated zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment public meeting. We'll take a 3-minute recess. Welcome back, everyone. We do have another delegate who's called in, and we'll just wait to see if we can get Laura on the line. Hello, Laura, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I wonder if you could just verify or clarify your last name for me, if you would, please.
It's Gillespie, Gillespie.
Great. Thank you, Laura. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to delegate this morning. And just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and to please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. A reminder to ensure you too that your comments are directly related to the item that you're speaking to. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. So again, welcome, Laura, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for hearing from me today. I am a 15-year Hespeler resident. My family is also in Hespeler, and I'm looking to expand and invest in the community of Hespeler as well. And one of the things that has directly impacted our family that would help with this proposal is we have recently purchased a rental unit, and very similar to what Kaylee had mentioned and other delegates had mentioned, some of the restrictive zoning requirements have prevented us from providing additional rental units in the community. So I have the specific item that Lisa presented is I did purchase a bungalow with a non-conforming basement apartment that I was looking forward to bringing up to code and making it a safe place for members of the community. But unfortunately, because it is a bungalow, it is greater than 40% of the total square footage. And unfortunately, this unit is sitting vacant, and I can't even start the process to start working on it. So this would be extremely helpful to be able to bring it up and add more units to the community. The other thing I wanted to comment on very quickly is, unfortunately, what we're seeing in this community is because of these strict bylaw zoning requirements, we're finding a lot of illegal, non-conforming units popping up in the neighborhood, which is causing disruption to the neighborhood as well. So I think by opening up some of it and allowing people like myself, like Kaylee, other delegates that had come forward, being able to go through the process and that want to do it legally, it'll bring more rental units to Cambridge.
Thank you, Laura. And just before we let you go, I'm going to see if council has any questions for you. Does council have any questions for Laura? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for your delegation and for participating in this morning's meeting. You're welcome to continue watching the remainder of the meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like to. So again, thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
There are no further delegations at this time, so we're going to take one more short break in order to make sure that those wishing to speak to this item may contact us. And so again, anyone wishing to contact us can do so at 519-740-4680, extension 4799, and we'll take a 5-minute recess to allow any other delegates to call in. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I've received confirmation that one more delegate has requested to speak to this public meeting during our short break. So I'll ask that we bring Mr. Ahmad into the meeting. Good morning, Mr. Ahmad. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Good. It's Deputy Mayor Mann. Thank you for joining us to delegate this morning.
Thank you.
Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council and to please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. A reminder to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item that you're speaking to.
Yep.
I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. So again, welcome to our meeting and please go ahead.
Thank you. The ARUs, are they limited to residential properties? Can they be expanded to properties that have
Mr. Ahmad,
yeah?
You can speak to the item, but you can't ask us questions. So we just ask that you speak to the item.
Oh, okay, I get it. So I'm wondering if council could include IRUs for legal non-conforming residential properties. So, for example, properties that have been zoned for institutional, or sorry, I'm hearing an echo. I'm wondering if we could have this expanded to other forms of zones, not just residential zones. For example, a farmland or even an institutional property that has legal non-conforming use. That's basically my question, is if we can just expand the use of IRUs to different forms of properties, not just residential. And
Thank
that's
you.
all my question is.
Okay, and we can't answer the questions, but we will make note of it and give that to staff and have them come back with their report. But if you have any other comments that you'd like to make. Okay.
No, thanks for having me.
Okay, and before you go, I just want to turn to council and see if anyone has any questions for you. And to council, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Ahmad? Well, seeing none, I want to thank you for joining our meeting this morning for your delegation, and you're welcome to continue watching on the remainder of the meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel.
Thank you so much. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you. And I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for this statutory public meeting call-in have all been received and that we have heard from all those who have requested to speak today. Before we place the motion on the floor, I will ask council if they have any questions for staff or the consultant. Are there any questions of staff or the consultant? I do see some. First, we have Councillor Devine. Go ahead, please, Councillor Devine.
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. There's a limit, as I understand, of 40% for a basement dwelling. Is that correct? 40% of the entire floor space of the home?
I'm happy to answer that question. It's Allison Luomi here with Meridian Planning Consultants. Certainly that was something that I see coming forward in the public, and we have addressed that through the draft zoning bylaw. So the requirement is that it's a maximum of 40% of the gross floor area of the primary dwelling. Notwithstanding, if that ARU is in the basement, it may occupy the entire basement. Even in the situation where it exceeds that 40%, if it's in the basement, it may occupy the entire basement.
So my question is, if you had a bungalow and that bungalow, say, had baseboard electric heat, so there'd be no furnace room, and that bungalow also had main floor laundry with a laundry room in the main floor, that basement would exceed 40% of the building. It would probably be likely be 50%. Okay, so is that detrimental to in this case? Because there was a lady on here, and she had purchased a property, and her basement had exceeded 40%. It was 45 or 47. It was turned down by the Committee of Adjustment.
So through the chair, to you, sir. Yes, if it's in the basement, it may exceed the 40% for that ARU. It may occupy the entire basement, notwithstanding that 40% requirement.
Okay, so is that going to be written into the bylaw?
It is actually in the draft bylaw as written right now. Yes.
It is in the draft bylaw right now?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. And moving on to Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. The first question I had, in terms of an ARU that's in an accessory dwelling, how does that allow for internal, you could say, nuances, like could you have a small crawl space or a platform to divide up the ARU? Is it possible for anyone who applies for an ARU to try and basically build in extra storage or square footage? Or is it just flat platform, no crawl space? If I could have that clarified, I've actually had a few questions about that.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. So through the chair to you, sir, also. In the case of an accessory building, we have put in the stipulation that there may be no basement. So we are talking anything that is above the surface. Within the actual parameters, so through the zoning, what we're doing is we're giving you the maximum size of that accessory building in terms of square footage, but also in terms of height. How that is divided up internally, we rely on the Ontario Building Code. So whatever fire code and building code requirements there would also apply, because this would be a standalone dwelling unit. So they would have to satisfy those requirements also. But certainly nothing subsurface is anticipated, nor is it permitted in the draft bylaw in an accessory building.
Thank you. And one quick follow-up question, Deputy Mayor, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And on top of this, a common question, whether it's ARUs or those other things, we're not talking about tiny homes. That's for January. This is to meet the building code. It's hooked up to electrical, to plumbing and sewage. It meets all those normal standards of a typical, you could say, home. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct in that. So in the bylaw, we also require that servicing must be provided to the satisfaction of the city. So if that's full municipal services, then yes, it would have to be connected to city water and city sewer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Councillor Reid. Go ahead, please, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. My first question is, since there's no appeal process, does that also mean, as I know in the past, we've had a number of neighbors who've objected strenuously to ARUs in their neighborhood. Does that mean that neighbors can no longer object to ARUs if the property meets the conditions?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Reid, in this situation, as the city is bringing forward the city-initiated amendments, there is no appeal to these amendments that are being brought forward today. But if somebody was to bring forward a minor variance application based on these zoning requirements, then certainly neighboring property owners would be welcome to go and make comment to the minor variance, or would be welcome to appeal any variances or amendments that are being requested for a site-specific application. But in terms of these citywide standards that we're putting in place today, there would be no appeal to these citywide standards that we're bringing forward now.
Through the chair, if I just may add to that also, I just wanted to mention that there has been, a lot of people mentioned that they've been going through the minor variance process. So there has been neighbors that have come out to try to appeal some of the ARUs that are being implemented. They have gone up to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and at the Ontario Land Tribunal, they have been approved. So most appeals that we are seeing are being approved by the Land Tribunal anyways, because it is a provincial policy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The second question I have relates to our delegation, Ms. Price, and she had some environmental issues that she felt were important in that we not put ARUs in areas that were environmentally sensitive. If we were to accept what Ms. Price had suggested, how big an area would that entail, and what kind of effect would it have on our ARU policy?
So through you, Mr. Chair, again, in the draft bylaw, we have restricted ARUs in floodplain areas. So if there are any existing dwelling units that were constructed some years ago that happen to be within a floodplain, we have restricted ARUs in those types of units and on any hazard lands, which typically are slopes, those sorts of lands. So that would not be permitted, keeping in mind that ARUs are established in association with existing dwellings. So we're managing those levels of risk within the community associated with hazard lands and floodplains. Lisa, did you have anything you wanted to add in terms of the environmental lands within the city?
Through the chair, no, I think that's great. I was just going to say we will obviously circulate those comments to other agencies and departments and see if there's any wording or anything that needs to be changed. We can also have a look at our mapping and kind of see what the catchment area would be, just so we're aware of what kind of impact that would have.
So I could expect some kind of thing in the future that would answer what Ms. Price had suggested?
Through the chair, with the recommendation report that we will provide, we will address all the questions and comments. So I will address the comments that Ms. Price provided.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Councillor Etche. Councillor Etche, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, man. I'm just wondering for a 4-level backsplit, whether that would qualify. I'm just thinking about a finished basement and then the second level. So it'd probably be about 50% of total gross area. Would that qualify?
In terms of having a basement apartment, is that what you're asking?
Yes, it would be basement, then a second level for, like, there's 4 levels of equal gross area. So I'm just wondering with a finished basement and then a second level, would that qualify?
So in that situation, we have provided that you may have 2 ARUs in a primary dwelling. And they are restricted to 40% of the dwelling unit. In that case, if the basement was greater than the 40%, I think that would definitely have an impact on that second unit on the second floor. I think in a site-specific situation like that, though, staff would have to take a look, and it would be worth pre-consulting with the staff on that.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff and for our consultant before we move on? I think what we'll do is we'll place the motion on the floor and move to debate and comments, but I remind council that today this item is only before us for receipt, and we are to refer this report back to staff so they can move ahead. This item will be before council again with recommendations from staff. So are there any comments that council want to make at this time? Then I want to take the opportunity first to go to Councillor Ameta, who has a comment to make. Councillor Ameta, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a short comment. I do appreciate all of what staff and everyone are trying to achieve with this. I do want to be mindful of the parking situations because it is a problem in a lot of the newer neighborhoods. And I just wanted to put that out there. I know that it's already being looked at, but I'm always getting residents calling about the crowded conditions of the newer neighborhoods. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. And I want to thank the delegates this morning who have come forward and spoken to this item as well. They've had some interesting and very informative comments that they've made, and we appreciate them taking the time, especially out of their circumstances, to be able to address us. I also want to thank Lisa and Allison for joining us today and for the presentation that was made. That too was very informative and necessary for us to help us understand what we have here. So again, thank you, Lisa and Allison. Councillor Hamilton, you have the motion. Can you read it in its entirety for us, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Atshade. Recommendation that report 21-313 CD, city-initiated additional residential units, zoning bylaw amendment, and official plan amendment be received. And that the city-initiated applications to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. And if I may speak to the motion, if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I thank all the delegations for calling in. I think it covered the whole kind of scope and gamut of the issue, from concerns over the environment to parking to space to density in the core. And I think that really reflects the pressures and the changes we're experiencing as a community. We're experiencing an incredible crisis when it comes to real estate prices and a lack of affordable housing. And I think this presents a very reasonable, rational and necessary solution to this crisis. So from being one tool to help address the affordable housing crisis, to help with multiple generations living within one shared space, the use of established space and infrastructure. We need density in the cores. And when we have denser cores, we have more walking, we have more biking, we have more access to transportation. We're going to need less parking. And I think we have to recognize, and I do hear Councillor Armetta's point, and I do agree parking is indeed an issue in the city. But as we get our cores denser and denser, and we increase public transportation through things like the LRT, we're going to have less of a need for parking, at least in those areas, in those vicinities. And I think that's something that should be encouraged, and it's something we see around the world. That's something we're going to have to emulate here if we're going to help solve the crisis of affordable housing. Overall, I think this is an exciting change, and it's an exciting opportunity for Cambridge. And there's no doubt that it does change the fabric of our neighborhoods somewhat, but change is inevitable. And I think we have to look forward to reasonable, progressive solutions to these crises that we're seeing across Cambridge, Ontario, Canada, and the world, and get ahead of it. And I really think this helps us get there. And I can identify with Callie when she called in, not just because she had a screaming baby. I can definitely identify with that. But in terms of housing costs, we are in the same boat here. If we had to face the same housing market that we did when we first came to Cambridge, we would not be able to afford a home. Like, we'd be renting for sure. So I think it behooves us, we're obligated to do whatever we can to help our residents afford homes and rent reasonable homes for themselves and their family. So I'm in full support of this, and I thank staff for all the work they've put into this, and I'm very excited for it. I think it's much needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Are there any other comments or questions that council have? Seeing none, before we call for the vote, I too am excited to see this happen, because we see that the housing market is getting further and further out of reach, especially for young people today. And this is an opportunity for us to do something to help people get into housing so that they can live on their own, but also live in a residence that is their own. So I'm excited to see the changes and excited for the work that has been done in the way staff and our consultant have brought this forward. So thank you for that. Madam Clerk, I'll now ask for the vote.
Councillor Atshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Armetta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And our third statutory public meeting today is agenda number 5.3.5.3. Report 21-298 CD, 48 George Street North, condominium conversion, Mason, Canada. We will hear from staff, the consultants, and then move to pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to speak to this item. I will ask council that we hold off on questions for staff and our consultant until we hear from all delegations today as part of the public meeting. Today, we will begin with a presentation from Rachel Green, Senior Planner, who will provide an overview of this report. Rachel, can you hear me? Good morning, Rachel.
Morning, can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you for joining us this morning. The clerk has your presentation on the screen, and if you want to advance a slide, just ask her to move forward and she'll do that for you. So again, welcome, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, or it might be afternoon now. I'm not quite sure the exact time. Deputy Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Rachel Green, Senior Planner with the City of Cambridge, and I'm here today to provide an overview of the planning application for 48 George Street North. Slide, please. The purpose of today's meeting is to introduce an application for a plan of condominium. The applicant has submitted an application for a standard plan of condominium to the Region of Waterloo, who is the approval authority for condominiums. Standard condominiums are comprised of units and common elements where the owner owns the unit and the rest of the area is considered a common element. Standard condos generally do not require a public meeting under the Planning Act. However, the city's official plan requires a public meeting to inform current tenants when an existing development is proposed to be converted to a condo. Notice was mailed to all tenants of the existing apartment building. Slide. The subject lands are located on the west side of George Street North, south of Blair Road, and north of Crescent Place. It is surrounded by a mix of residential and commercial uses. The subject property is located within the Galt City Center core area and the official plan, and is zone C1, RM1, commercial, and multiple residential. Slide, please. The existing building received site plan approval through file SP 1715. The site plan approved a 3-story apartment building containing 20 dwelling units and 20 parking spaces with 1 accessible space and access off of George Street. The proposed plan of condominium is in conformity with all past planning approvals, and no changes are being proposed to these previous approvals. Slide, please. The condominium conversion is for the ownership of the development in order to allow each dwelling unit to be sold separately with an exclusive use parking space. The lobby, stairwells, elevators, bike storage, etc., and other common areas will be considered part of the condominium elements to be managed by a condo corporation. Next slide, please. The Region of Waterloo has reviewed the rent roll and determined the existing rental units are not considered to be affordable in accordance with the definition of affordable housing in the official plan. Therefore, the proposed plan of condominium will not have an adverse impact on the supply of affordable housing for rent in Cambridge in conformity with the official plan policies. And should this application be approved by the Region of Waterloo, the city would be requesting conditions of approval required by the official plan, which would include providing the current tenants the option to continue their lease units in accordance with the Residential Tenancies Act, and giving tenants the right of first refusal to purchase a condo unit. This application has been circulated for comment and draft conditions to internal city departments. The current proposal does not intend to change the land use that is approved under previous planning applications. Next slide, please. Here you see the draft plan of condo. So this plan outlines the ground floor and shows the exclusive use parking spaces, as well as the common element areas, the lobby, the office, the elevators, mechanical rooms, and shows the first 2 ground floor units, including their private amenity area. Next slide, please. Here we have two sections of the plan of condo, as well as a plan view of the 2nd and 3rd stories, outlining the units and their private amenity space balconies. Next slide, please. Planning staff recommends that city staff continue to review the application and prepare conditions of draft approval for the reasons set out in report 21-298 CD. No further report will be brought back to council. Recommendations to the Region of Waterloo are delegated to the chief planner, and ultimately the final approval would be made by the Region of Waterloo. Next slide. Sorry, next slide. Well, that concludes my report today, but the next slide is just my contact information.
Thank you, Rachel. And we did get to the last slide.
Oh, okay. Must have been delayed for me.
Thanks very much. And again, we will hold questions for staff and the consultants until after all delegations have spoken today. And we will now take a moment to bring in our consultant, Kristen Barrisdale, Associate Senior Planner of GSP.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor Mann and members of council.
Thank you for joining us today. And you have a presentation on the screen. So if you can just ask the clerk to forward or to proceed to the next slide when you need to, she'll do that for you. So welcome, Kristen, and please go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll keep my presentation very brief. Rachel has done a great job of summarizing the proposed development. So most of the slides you'll see in my presentation are similar to hers, and again, I'll keep it very brief. Next slide, please. As Rachel had noted, the site is located to the west side of George Street, highlighted here in red. Next slide, please. Here's a photograph of the picture from George Street. The existing development is a 3-story apartment building with a total of 20-story units. It was constructed in 2018, and the existing makeup of the units are a combination of studio apartments, 1-bedroom apartments, and 2-bedroom apartments. Next slide, please. This is essentially just a colored rendering of the approved site plan drawing. You'll see around the periphery, the green area or the common outdoor amenity space, landscaped area. There's a total of 20 surface parking spaces that are provided for residents. In addition, there's an internal bike storage room that provides covered and secure storage for residents, as well as some existing short-term temporary bike parking spaces located along George Street in the periphery. There are a number of existing easements that impact or apply to the property. These easements are for Rogers as well as servicing considerations, and these easements will be carried forward as part of the proposed draft plan of condominium. Next slide, please. As Ms. Green had touched on, this is again just a indication of the proposed draft plan. It does include 20 residential units, 20 parking space units, which will be exclusive use units for the residents, common outdoor amenity areas, which includes the landscape area around the periphery, as well as common indoor amenity spaces. And like Ms. Green touched on, that includes electrical room, mechanical room, elevators, bike storage, office, and lobby. As part of the proposed application that was submitted, we did include a rent roll, which summarized the existing rental rates for all of the units within the building. And as Ms. Green touched on, the proposed development or the existing, apartment building is not considered, does not meet the definition or threshold of affordable housing rental rates, and is therefore not considered an affordable conversion, if you will. One thing to touch on, I find kind of ironic after the previous discussion I was listening to, is the bringing these units on as affordable housing options for individuals provides opportunities for people to enter the ownership market at an affordable rate. Again, hopefully addressing some of the gaps that we're seeing in the housing market right now. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Kristen. And just before we move to questions, we're going to go to other delegations that may have registered. So we'll hold off on questions for now. We do not have any pre-registered delegations for Report 21-298CD 48 George Street North Condominium Conversion, Mason, Canada. But I want to remind the public that should you wish to call in to speak to this item, to call 519-740-4680, extension 4799, and staff are on standby to receive your call. And I note we do have one pre-registered delegation, and we'll just wait to get Ruth Duffy online. Ruth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon. It's Deputy Mayor Mann. Thank you for joining us today to delegate. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council and to please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your comments. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and I ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. So again, welcome to the meeting, Ruth, and please go ahead.
Well, I do have one question for the people. It's about leasing.
Ruth, sorry,
yes?
it's not questions, it's just comments. So please go ahead with your comments.
Well, I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. So I'm now going to open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to Report 21-298 CD 48 George Street North Condominium Conversion, Mason, Canada. Again, individuals wishing to speak to this item can contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. And at this time, I will confer with the clerk to determine if any individuals have called in requesting to speak to this item. And should we have callers after the first call out, we will contact them in order. So I'll ask for your patience, and we'll take a 1 minute break at this time to see if we have any callers coming in. We've not received a request to speak to this item during our first short break. We'll now move into a longer break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to item 21-298 CD 48 George Street North Condominium Conversion, Mason, Canada. Again, I remind viewers that individuals wishing to speak to this item may contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. After each participant has been given the opportunity to speak, I will make a final calling for delegations before closing this public meeting. As noted, in order to ensure all those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, we are now going to call for a 3-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to item 21-298 CD 48 George Street North Condominium Conversion, Mason, Canada. So we'll take a 3-minute recess. Well, welcome back, everyone. And I've received confirmation that we have not received requests to speak to this item during our second short break. We'll now move into our third and final break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to item 21-298 CD 48 George Street North condominium conversion, Mason, Canada, an opportunity to call in. We'll break for 5 minutes and then return to the meeting. So another 5-minute break. Well, welcome back, everyone. I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received, and that we have heard from all those who have requested to speak today. Before going to put the motion on the floor, I will ask council if they have any questions for our applicant or staff today. Once we're through the questions, we will place the motion on the floor and move to debate and comments, but I remind council that today this item is only before us for receipt, and we are to refer this report back to staff so they can move ahead, and this item will be before council again with recommendations from staff at a later date. And I do see Councillor Reid, you have a question. Go ahead, please, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I do have a question because this is moving rental stock into condo ways, and I know it's not affordable rental, but we do need rental stock otherwise than affordable. So my question to staff is, how secure is our rental stock, and what would this mean to it when we moved it into condos?
Through Deputy Mayor, I don't have that information in front of me right at this moment. The official plan does permit condominium conversions, provided they can meet the conditions set out in the official plan. But there is also items in the official plan that do consider recording when there is condo conversion. So staff will look into that, and that will be incorporated into our recommendation that's made to the region. And I did just also want to clarify that this won't come back to council, as this item is a delegated authority to the region of Waterloo.
I have a second question. May I continue?
Just a moment. Thank you for the clarification on that, Rachel. And yes, please go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you. So if this particular council, our council, was to turn this down, what effect would that have?
If they did not want to recommend approval to the region of Waterloo, the region could approve it if they so choose, and then there may have to be an appeal process if that's something that council wants to pursue.
Further to that, would it end up in the OLT because we refused it?
So if the region approves it and council appeals it, then yes, it would end up at the OLT.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from council? Before we proceed, then I would just want to thank Rachel and Kristen for their presentations this morning and this afternoon, and for the delegations who spoke. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to call for we'll put the motion on the floor before we do that. I'll ask Councillor Wolf, I believe you have the motion. Would you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Item 21-298, CD 48 George Street North, condominium conversion, Mason, Canada. That city staff continue with review of application 30CDM 21101 and preparation of conditions of draft approval for the reasons set out in report 21-298 CD. And speaking to the motion.
Yes, go ahead, please, Councillor Wolf.
First of all, I would like to say that I was very pleased when this apartment building was constructed. They tore down an old building, and as you could see from the picture, put up a very attractive 20-unit building, 3 stories in height, which fits in well with the George Street neighborhood. I am pleased that the tenants have the option to continue to lease the units in accordance with the provisions of the Residential Tenancies Act. so no one will be evicted because of the condominium conversion. And also that the tenants are given the first right of refusal to purchase the condominium. As we all are on council, we know we need affordable rental units, and these units are not affordable. But like Councillor Reid, I am concerned that our rental rates or stock is adequate in the city. So I would like staff to note that concern. However, other than that, I can see the point that the condominiums would also be affordable ownership for many residents in our city. So at this point, I would vote in favor of the motion and just encourage staff to double check our rental vacancy rates before continuing with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I mean, it's not uncommon to convert apartments to condos. I'm not sure this is the time to be doing it. We are in very, very, very short supply of rental property in Cambridge and the Waterloo region in general. Now, as I understand, these units are not they're not affordable units, but they still are rental units. And my preference would be to see that they stay as rental units. So I believe that's in the best interest of the community at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Reid. Go ahead, please.
I have another question too, is tenants are allowed to remain as a rental unit, but I'm wondering for how long would that be allowed? Because I could foresee at some point in the future that, you know, they're 2, 3, 4, 5, or 10 years. I'm not sure that would be allowed. So the question needs to be answered as to how long could they remain in it as a rental.
Thank you. And we'll look to Rachel or Kristen for that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that timeline would be governed by the Residential Tenancy Act. So city staff wouldn't, or the city wouldn't have a say over how long that would be governed by the Residential Tenancy Act. And I don't know whether there is a timeline or if it's simply as long as that tenant remains in that unit.
Thank you, Rachel. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to now call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. That concludes our agenda for this morning's public meetings, and I want to thank you for being with us today. As we mentioned earlier and as outlined in our council agenda, council will now recess until 5 p.m. when we will reconvene to discuss the rest of our agenda. So thank you for being with us.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine McGarry, Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of tonight's special council meeting. We are regrouping this evening after this morning's statutory public meeting. As this is the last meeting before we head into 2021, hardly seems possible, but I did want to take this time to acknowledge the challenges of the past year, the things we've navigated together as a group, both council and staff, and the incredible resilience of this group. Thank you for all you've done. We've truly made progress on so many projects this year, and while it's been tough, we are making moves that do make Cambridge a better place to live, play, and work. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for your dedication to our community. And welcome to all those watching at home, colleagues, and our delegates who are joining us virtually due to the ongoing pandemic. As you know, it has been a challenging few weeks as we're up against a new variant that is circulating in our community. I'd like to remind each other to continue to follow public health advice and be on the lookout in case it changes, and be kind to each other. We're all in this together. We're going to have to make some changes and pivot yet again to protect the community, and we know how to get this done. As such, thank you to everyone doing their part to keep us safe and healthy ahead of the holidays. If you haven't received your vaccine or your booster shot yet and you're able to do so, please book one and get it done. As always, be kind to each other. Words and tone matter. We're all in this together, and we need to continue to navigate the future. So let's get to our evening agenda. I'm going to ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Mehta.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett will join us shortly. Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Mayor McGarry.
Present.
Thank you.
In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us this evening. Joining us electronically, we have our city manager, David Calder, our deputy city managers, Dave Bush, Cheryl Zonleiter, Hardy Bromberg, and Yogesh Shah. Our chief financial officer, Cheryl Ayers, our city solicitor, Lisa Shields, our chief planner, Lisa Prime, our director of engineering, Kevin DeLebeck, our director of operations, Mike Hauser. We also have staff from other divisions joining us this evening, and they'll join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. Clerking the meeting today, we have our city clerk, Danielle Manton, deputy clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Mallory Greenoff, council committee services coordinator. Thanks today to our technology services staff, Ayesh De Silva, who's assisting with logistics for today's meeting. A reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under consideration. So members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we're going to move forward with our agenda for today. And to begin with, council will be moving into closed session for a short time. I'm going to look to Councillor Reid to read us a motion to move into closed. And would you like the clerk to read that, Councillor Reid?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Recommendation that in accordance with section 239(2)(f) and (k) of the Municipal Act 2001, council convene in closed session to consider the following subject matter. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, confidential verbal update negotiation, update for property lease. K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or by behalf of the municipality or local board, 2001, C25, section 239(2), 2017. And this is also for confidential verbal update, negotiation update for property lease.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So I'll ask for your patience with council while we move into a closed session. So please stay tuned as we expect to return to public session shortly. I'll just ask for your patience while we prepare to move into closed.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll now rise from closed session. Councillor Adshay, do you have the motion to rise? Will you please read it in its entirety?
Thanks, Your Worship. Could I get the clerk to read that out, please?
Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Adshay, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. The council rise from closed session and reconvene in open session at 5:37 p.m.
Thank you. And I'll now call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshay,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. While in closed session, discussions occurred with members of council and staff related to negotiations for property matter. So now we'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda. So please note that if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your raised hand feature. And in the interest of time, we'll look to vote on the consent procedure in a block. But if we wish to comment, you're welcome to do so. So Councillor Devine, I think you have this motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
I do. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mehta. That recommendation that all items listed under the heading of consent agenda for December 14th, 2001 council agenda be adopted as recommended. 8.1 special council minutes, November 23rd, 2021. Special council budget meeting minutes, December 2nd, 2021. 8.2, 21-326 bracket CRE, request to amend development covenants and restrictions for the time for the development Boxwood Business Campus. 8.3, 21-318 bracket CD, building permits statistics, third quarter 2021. 8.4, 21-312 bracket CD, special event strategy status update. 8.5, 21-328 bracket CRS 2021 annual review emergency management program. 8.6, 21-324 bracket CRS Township of North Dumfries fire protection agreement. 8.7, 21-323 bracket CRS Township of Pushlands fire protection agreement. 8.8 Cambridge Environmental Advisory Committee meeting minutes, October 27th, 2021. 8.9 Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee meeting minutes, October 21st, 2021. 8.10 Cambridge Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee meeting minutes, October 14th, 2021. 8.11 Committee of Adjustment Committee meeting minutes, October 6th, 2021. 8.12 Council Information Package, November 12th, 2021, and November 26th, 2021. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Does any member of council wish to pull any additional items from the consent agenda or any item? Are there any questions for staff? And does anybody have any comments about anything listed on the consent agenda? Councillor Mehta, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention some good news on the report here with the building permits. This year's building permits is higher than in the past. I'm just reading the figure here. It said 1,300 compared to 856 issued by the end of third quarter of last year. And it's above the average of 1,068. So it looks like things are up and coming and that the city is doing well as part of the economic recovery.
Thank you. Any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshape,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So we're now going to move into consideration of reports. And up first is agenda item number 9.1.1, report 21-214 CD, recommendation report, zoning bylaw amendment, 155 Equestrian Way, T. Johns Consulting, CO Diana Morris. And I understand that we do have Michael Campos, our intermediate planner of development, here to present. Welcome, Michael. He's just off camera. They're just connecting. Just 1 second until we get everybody in place and up on our Hollywood Squares screen here. Okay, I think we've let everybody into the meeting that should be in the meeting. So welcome, Michael. You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I'm an intermediate planner with the city. I'm here today to present our recommendation relating to the zoning bylaw amendment application that was submitted for 155 Equestrian Way. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, the application has gone through the typical review process. The application was presented at a public meeting on March 30th, 2021, and subsequently went through a review process by city staff and outside agencies. The applicant reviewed the comments prepared by staff and those provided by council and prepared a revised submission. We are now presenting the staff recommendation on this revised application at today's meeting. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are located north of Highway 401, being situated on the south side of Equestrian Way, just east of Speedsville Road. The subject lands have a total area of 4.01 hectares and form part of the overall River Mill community. The lands are currently vacant and consist of primarily exposed soil with limited existing vegetation. These lands are designated high-density residential by the city's official plan and have previously received approval for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to permit the development of residential and mixed-use development on the lands. The applicant has submitted a subsequent zoning bylaw amendment to further amend the site-specific provisions to facilitate the proposed design of the block for residential townhomes and mixed-use commercial residential buildings. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to develop the subject lands with 183 residential units consisting of a variety of residential forms, 2 mixed-use buildings containing 338.2 square meters of commercial space at grade, and a 518 square meter public piazza to be used as a public amenity area for the community. The 183 residential units proposed as part of this application include 34 two-story standard townhomes, 55 three-story standard townhomes, 40 double front townhomes, 48 back-to-back townhomes, and 6 stacked townhomes in mixed-use buildings containing commercial units on the ground floor. The proposal includes 418 parking spaces, which is comprised of parking spaces within individual driveways and garages, a parking area located to the rear of the mixed-use buildings adjacent to the public amenity area, and within designated on-street parking areas throughout the block. The total parking required by the city zoning bylaw is 292 spaces, which results in an excess of 126 spaces being provided on the site. And please note that the applicant has revised their original submission that was presented at the public meeting in March of this year. The original proposal considered the development of 190 dwelling units and a total density of 50 units per hectare. The revised application provided for a reduction in the total number of units by 7 units. So now 183 total units, which is a final density of 47 units per hectare. Next slide, please. So shown on your screen is the revised proposal for the subject lands. As you can see, 2 accesses will be available from Equestrian Way, which will lead to the multiple internal roadways within the block. As presented on this conceptual block plan, the applicant has proposed that 40 double front townhomes along the northern lot line fronting onto Equestrian Way. The 34 2-story standard townhomes are located on the eastern side of the lands and will front onto 2 internal roads. The 55 3-story standard townhomes will consist of units located along the southern lot line and along the western lot line, as well as 2 blocks of 8 units located centrally between the 2 horizontal roadways that run across the site from east to west. The 48 back-to-back townhomes are those located in the first 4 central residential blocks, also located between the 2 horizontal east-west roadways. And finally, the 6 stacked townhomes are located in the northwest corner immediately adjacent to the public amenity area. Next slide, please. So in order to facilitate the development of the proposed residential block, a zoning bylaw amendment is required. The lands are currently zoned as HRM3 CS5 with site-specific section S.4.3.1.303B, and the lands will remain zoned as such. However, the following site-specific provisions have been requested as part of this application. So to permit a minimum gross leasable commercial floor area of 338 square meters on the subject lands, to permit a minimum private amenity area of 25 square meters per dwelling unit for row houses, to permit a minimum private amenity area of 4 square meters per dwelling unit provided on a balcony for stacked row houses fronting Equestrian Way, to permit an increase in the maximum density from 40 units per hectare to 47 units per hectare, to permit a minimum private amenity area of 4 square meters per dwelling unit provided on a balcony for back-to-back row houses, to permit a maximum encroachment of eaves into a required yard of 0.75 meters, to permit a maximum encroachment of open or covered unenclosed patios, decks, or porches into front, exterior, side, and rear yards of 3 meters, and finally to permit the distance between an access driveway, aisle, parking stall, or parking lot to the window of a habitable room of a dwelling unit to be 3 meters. Next slide, please. The following are the considerations that were taken in preparing the recommendation report. And so in addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, consideration was also had for compatibility with surrounding existing development and overall character of the existing neighborhood, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific zoning requests, the proposed gross leasable commercial floor area provided on the subject lands, the proposed density of the subject lands, and comments received from members of council, public, city staff, and agency circulation. Next slide, please. And the staff recommendation is as shown on the screen that report 21214 CD be received, and that Cambridge Council receives the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site to establish site-specific provisions for 155 Equestrian Way to permit the development of 183 residential units, in addition to 2 mixed-use buildings containing a total of 338.2 square meters of commercial space at grade and a 518.1 square meter piazza. And that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaws attached to this report be passed. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation. My contact information is provided on the screen should you wish to contact me after this meeting. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Michael, much appreciated. And just a reminder to council that we'll hold questions for staff and the consultants till all the delegations have spoken about this evening. So I do note that we've already brought in Terry Johns, President, and Diana Morris, Senior Planner from T. Johns Consulting Group, who are going to provide a joint presentation. So welcome, Terry, welcome, Diana, and please just let the clerk know when you want to advance your slides, and please begin.
Good evening, Your Worship, and members of council and staff. My name is Terry Johns. I'm the owner and principal planner of T. Johns Consulting. I have with me today our senior planner, Diana Morris, who's been working with Michael Campos on this file. Michael, thank you for your very thorough presentation. Diana and I would like to take a few minutes to provide some additional information in support of the zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. We are here this evening representing River Mill Development Corporation. This is made up of a 3 family-owned generational developer builder, being Starwood Homes, Mars Homes, and New Horizon Development Group. Next slide, please. The first thing I'd like to do is to provide an overview of River Mill. The recommendation report is focused on Phase 3B, but we think it's important to understand how this parcel fits into the entire community. As background, the partner, Starwood Homes, has a deep-rooted family connection to this area. Today's Ariscraft factory was originally known as Angelstone and was started by a Starwood Homes family member, Edward Radcliffe. Starwood has owned most of the River Mill lands since the early 90s. They were originally known as Hunt Club, and a large portion were quarried. The holdings totaled about 300 acres. Starwood was also the builder of most of the estate homes within Idlewild, located just east of River Mill. Along with their partners, Starwood has worked closely over the last decades with the region and the city to obtain approvals to allow what we now call River Mill Community. I have the overall plan here on the screen. As you may know, the areas shown in yellow were sold to Mattamy, who built the low-density lands. At the top of the plan, which is to the north, one of the 2 parks is located at the intersection of Campos and Pointer. The second larger park is found in the southern area at the intersection of Equestrian and Ship and abuts the school, which is shown in purple. As shown on the chart on the right, these 2 parks total 10 acres and the school is about 7 acres. The large light green blocks throughout the plan are open space, and they total about 72 acres. They include a trail system with a length of 4.7 kilometers. The community has also provided 1.7 meters of bike trails within the public roadways. And finally, shown in blue are the stormwater ponds that are about 15 acres. Overall, 1/3 of the original 300 acres has been developed for parks, open space, ponds, and a school site. And I understand that just over $2 million has been invested by our client on park and trail improvements. These features contribute to creating a complete community and provide amenity not only for River Mill, but for the surrounding neighborhoods. Our client, in addition to developing these lands, has also built a number of townhouse blocks. We've shown these with the black stars on the plan. Their first project was called Parkview, and it was across the street from the park and the school campus. It was designed with 2-story towns and has been done for a couple of years. Moving northward, the top star, that site's called Bloom. It's recently owner occupied and is comprised of 3-story homes and back-to-back towns, similar to Phase 3. Another of their sites, abutting Parkview, is Brooklyn Heights. Those closings are coming up shortly. The lands in red on either side of Equestrian Way, running out to Speedsville, have approvals for mixed use. These lands were approved with the vision of creating a Main Street. By Main Street, I mean ground-related retail service to provide for this community and higher density residential approvals. Our client has started the first mixed-use block, shown with the black star on the north side of Equestrian within the red area. This is known as Brooklyn Heights 2. Design-wise, it closely resembles the current Phase 3, by providing small retail opportunities and the 3-story towns along Equestrian Way. Future phases will include the employment lands to the south, which are shown in light purple. And as you know, northward, we have new applications in. Our clients are very proud of River Mill. It's a successful, complete community and an asset to Cambridge. We continue to work towards its completion. Phase 3B is shown in red with the hatching over it. As the plan illustrates, this 10-acre parcel is part of the mixed-use Main Street concept. So keeping that red block in mind, next slide, please. So we have on the screen the revised concept plan for Phase 3B. Next, I'm just going to take a moment to provide some elevations to show the overall urban design of the block. Diana will later highlight the actual details of the revised plan. Next slide, please. This slide shows the design of the westerly corner. As mentioned in Michael's presentation and report, this is the planned public piazza surrounded by mixed-use buildings. Specifically, these buildings will have retail users on the ground floor, and above, there are 2-story townhouse units that will be rental. Next slide, please. This slide shows the front of the 3-story units that face Equestrian Way. They're pulled up close to the lot line to animate the street, creating a more urban feel. There are 39 of these in total. Next slide. Here, I'm showing you the garages that are at the rear of the units. This ensures that we have no garages facing Equestrian Way. These exact same units are planned on the other side of Equestrian within Brooklyn Heights Phase 2. Next slide, please. Here are the planned 2-story units. As Michael had noted, there's 34 of these. And this is the same unit that was built in Parkview with a different elevation treatment. Next slide. And here we have the standard 3-story designs. These are found in Bloom and Brooklyn Heights, and there are 55 of these. And finally, next slide. The clients are reproducing the successful back-to-back units that are found in Bloom, and in this case, there are 48 units. With an understanding now how Phase 3 fits into the larger community and the urban design planned, Diana will walk you through the revised concept plan in detail. Diana?
Thank you, Terry, and good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. Next slide, please. As noted in the planning report, a formal zoning bylaw application was submitted on December 22nd, 2020. A statutory public meeting was held on March 30th, 2021. There were concerns regarding amenity space, parking, and density. I wish to take some time to address these concerns. The revised concept plan, shown on your screen, has been revised from 190 to 183 proposed units to account for comments on density and on-site grading challenges. In regards to concerns for reductions in amenity space and request for additional green space, the owners of the submitted zoning bylaw application were also the landowners, builders for phases 1 and 2 located to the east of the proposed development block. As Terry noted, there is a 2.56 hectare or 6.32 acre constructed park as part of those approvals. That park is about 122 meters from the subject lands. For the proposed development, private amenity areas are provided for all units, as well as a 518 square meter or 5,575 square feet common amenity area at the northwest corner of the block. Each individual townhome will provide private amenity space within a private deck, porch, or balcony, while meeting the required front, side, and rear yard setbacks, confirming that the proposed lot areas with the individual private amenity areas are efficient. As previously mentioned, this approach to amenity space has been reflected in our clients' other sites, such as Bloom and Brooklyn Heights 1 and 2. Regarding parking concerns, the proposed zoning bylaw has not requested any amendments to the required parking provisions. The proposed units under the zoning bylaw requires 275 parking spaces, whereas the proposed accounts for 354 spaces, exceeding the requirement by 79 spaces. 46 visitor parking spaces are required, whereas 47 are provided, exceeding the requirement by 1. A parking area encompassing 17 commercial parking spaces was also added to the revised plan, located to the west of the block in proximity to the mixed-use buildings. 17 spaces are required and proposed as such, thereby meeting the zoning bylaw requirement. Therefore, the proposal exceeds the parking requirements. And in addition, there are approximately 20 on-street parking bays located on Equestrian Way. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning bylaw requests that a maximum density of 47 units per hectare be permitted for the entire development site, whereas the zoning bylaw permits a maximum of 40 units per hectare. To help support our request, we have compiled a density block comparison for the townhouse blocks in Riverbell. The constructed and approved blocks outlined show ranges in densities from 36.3 units per hectare to 55.3 units per hectare. The official plan designates the lands as high-density residential. The current zoning that applies to the subject lands allows for a range of housing types, including apartment buildings. The townhouses are permitted to have a maximum density of 40 units per hectare, whereas an apartment building is permitted to a maximum density of 75 units per hectare. As noted in the staff report, the subject lands would permit a total of 300 units as of right, should an apartment building be proposed, as opposed to townhomes. In addition, the availability of commercial uses within walking distance, as well as the multiple connections via trails, sidewalks, future public transit, and the local road network, this block is an appropriate location to permit an increase in density. The proposed development is intended to provide residential housing options to the city's housing market, providing housing types that support varying lifestyles. This development will contribute to a complete community and is well connected to the existing road network, providing residential intensification that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The addition of residential and commercial uses will eliminate underutilized vacant land and introduce housing to support the city's growing population. Next slide, please. We respectfully request approval of the application and are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Diana, for a good, well-explained presentation. Much appreciated. So I'm going to turn to members of council now, and I'm going to ask you that you keep your questions right now to the consultants. We will have a chance to also put any questions to our staff, and we'll just and then put the motion on the floor. So we'll just turn to members of council right now to see if there's any questions of our team of Terry and Diana. Everyone's quiet, so it means that we're pretty thorough. I do see yep. I'll go to Councillor Wolf and I'll have a question too. Councillor Wolf, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad to see the reduction in units. I know we were concerned about the private amenity areas, and I can understand the balconies, which sort of skirt the or are very close to your public square, but I still have some concerns about the private amenities for the development as a whole. So it's my understanding you didn't increase the private amenities area. Am I correct there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we provided the same, variances or proposed provisions as proposed within the surrounding community. So in regards to, we have decreased the private amenity from 35 to 25 for the units, but we do meet the minimum side, all the other zoning provisions. Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, so the private amenity areas are still undersized, and you're saying, and I did note in the report that the part of the justification was because that matched the private amenity areas in the rest of the development. But I think that just concerns me more because that means the whole development has a lack of private amenity area. Am I wrong?
If I may, Diana, I'm going to just through Madam Mayor to
Go ahead, Terry.
I apologize. My internet has decided to pick this moment not to act properly. So if I jump up and run to Diana's desk, you'll understand why. Councillor Wolf, I just wanted to indicate that the bylaw that we're dealing with for this whole community in planning terms is a little bit older. And there has been a number of changes to product types since the time that it was adopted. And one of those deals with the width of units. So what in fact has happened, units have gotten narrower, but we continue to provide the same length in terms of private amenity area. So while the math has landed a number that is lower, in fact, it is still reflective of what people are expecting when they're buying their units. And I hope that helps answer the question a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask very quickly about the parking bays that are on Equestrian Way. Is that part of the development, or that's what's already going to be planned when Equestrian Way is built out there?
So Equestrian, through you, the mayor, to answer your question, Equestrian Way is already built, and those lay-by parking are part of that design and are intended to serve the public. They were not included in our zoning calculation for the phase 3B proper. We meet the bylaw in all ways for that.
Thank you. And as a matter of fact, I did note that you've actually got more than required parking there. So, and I just wanted to confirm that those on Equestrian Way were not included in there. That's great. Yep, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thank you very much for your presentations, Terry and Diana. My question, I have, well, two, but really one. They're slightly interrelated, but it has to do with potential noise or vibration coming to these homes from both the 401 and also the commercial or industrial facilities that are located just south of the development. Have you looked into that, or do you have any comment on any potential interruptions or the nature of those facilities to the south, just to avoid any issues in the future?
Through your worship, Councillor Hamilton, the answer is yes. There has been long-standing reports that were done as part of the original approvals as related to Ariscraft and the 401. Further, as noted in Michael's report, as part of the site plan approval, there's requirement to update those reports to ensure that the continued use of these lands for residential is still appropriate with respect to noise.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you both for your presentation. I think I'm just going to have you hang on while we put the motion on the floor. That's a nod from the clerk. Oh, wait a second. Late breaking. Deputy Mayor Mann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sorry I'm a little slow tonight. The one question I have is, and thank you for the presentation and through you, Madam Mayor, was to permit amenity area of 4 square meters, 43 square feet per dwelling unit on a balcony for a stacked row house. That seems pretty minimal to me. I can't imagine living in an area like that and you have 4 square meters to yourself. Can you explain why it is so little compared to the minimum of 35 that is required?
So through your worship to Councillor Mann, That relates specifically to the back-to-back units. So of course, they don't have a standard backyard. So they are provided balconies as well as the porches, which are excluded from the 4 meters squared. I'd just like to confirm that. And I know Michael could also confirm that for you. Part of the reason we have the public piazza and the green areas to provide some extra amenity there. We also, as we noted, the park is about 120 meters away. So we know that there's a good use of park and there are trails in the area as well. We've had in Bloom, people have bought these units with similar design, and it seems to be fine and acceptable there.
Thank you. And just for a follow-up, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So if I lived in a stacked row house, I really don't have any amenity area. It's really dependent on me to go outside into the piazza or the park or anywhere else because I don't have anything else. And my only concern with this is the number of units that we are going to have with such little amenity area. And I don't have a good feeling about that. And I think, Terry, you want to expand on that a little bit, if you would, please.
I'm happy to, through your worship. Councillor Mann, as Diana noted at the original public meeting, we heard those comments and concerns loudly. We made revisions to the plan. Not only did we reduce the number of units, we actually reduced the number of back-to-back units. We put in more standard 2-story units, given the concern about this. What I'd like to say, just to add, back-to-back units are another product that we're able to offer to get people into the housing market. So it really is about that lower price point. And when people are buying it, they're happy to be able to get into the house. It may be their first house, it may be a young family, and then they generally tend to move on. So they know this when they're buying them. And as we said, recognizing the concerns, we did reduce the number of back-to-back units in the site itself.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And again, thank you to Terry and Diana. And while we go through now to put the motion on the floor, our clerk's going to put you in standby in our waiting room, hoping the magazines are good out there. And if we have any further need of questions, we'll bring you in if we should get that. But again, thank you both for attending this evening. Okay, so we'll now move to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Reid, you have this motion. I'll have the clerk read it for you. Yeah,
thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Item number 21-214 CD, recommendation report, zoning bylaw amendment, 155 Equestrian Way, T. Johns Consulting, care of Diana Morris, moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Devine, that report 21-214 CD, recommendation report, zoning bylaw amendment, 155 Equestrian Way, T. Johns Consulting, care of Diana Morris, be received, and the Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site to establish site-specific provisions for 155 Equestrian Way to permit the development of 183 residential units, in addition to 2 mixed-use buildings containing a total of 338.2 square meters, 3,640.35 square feet of commercial space at grade, and a 518.1 square meter, 5,576.72 square feet piazza. And the Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaws attached to this report be passed.
Thank you. And yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I know that this has been in the works for a very long time, because when I was first elected in 2010, we were already talking about what would happen within this area. And I'm very pleased that we are continuing with this complete community. And when it is finished, I think it will be really something for Cambridge to enjoy. I am pleased that there are several different kinds of housing that are being proposed in this particular area of high density, and that it would allow probably those who are seeking a first home because it would be a little cheaper for them to buy some of these homes in this high density area. And I was originally concerned about the amenity area because I think it's really important to have amenities, but I am less so with the explanations that have been given tonight of the trails that are very close by, the park that is close by, and that people will have an opportunity to get out of their homes and to get into an area of an amenity. And so I'm really hoping that this can go forward and that people will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And I'll now move to questions for staff by members of council. Seeing none, we'll move forward to comments from members of council. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will support the motion, but I am concerned about the trend we're seeing for reducing amenity areas in many of our developments. And I can understand the rationale that we are, there are parks, etc., but we're increasing density. It seems in pretty well every development we're looking at, and often decreasing the amenity. And I think that's something that going forward I would like to, for us to look at and be a bit more cautious with, because I think as we grow and we, keep compressing the space that we're living in, amenity areas, both private and public, are extremely important. I do like, as with this development, that it's a complete community, that there will be trails, that there are parks, there is a commercial section. I think that's good, and I realize a lot of work has gone into this, and again, that's why I'll be supporting the motion, but I would sort of caution staff that please seriously look at amenity areas as being extremely important in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to turn to our Chief Planner, Lisa Prime, who knows about all of the up and coming trends and some of the changes that we were even talking about earlier today. Go ahead, Lisa Prime. Thank you.
I think I can just add through you, Mayor McGarry. I think this is a great opportunity as a community to provide sort of attainable housing in a mix of unit sizes that speaks to the increasing density requirements that we are implementing in the city and will be implementing going forward. So I do agree it's very important to have strong parks network, strong network of opportunities for people to get outside and recreate and do other things. So I think this is a good example, actually, of the sort of trend we want to see in mixing housing unit sizes and a range of uses with close access to mixed use as well. So, but I appreciate the comments from council for sure.
Thank you. I'm going to look to members of council. Again, Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments that have been made and the questions that have been answered by the consultant. I remember when these plans first came to council, and we were excited about the development of an entire community in this location because it is on the outer edge of the city, and it does provide the amenities that people are looking for when you look to a community within itself. I'm glad that the trails and the parks are close by. I know the area well, and I'm glad for that. And as was explained, that it could be, it is attainable. It provides attainable housing for people and maybe a stepping stone going from a smaller type of housing to a larger type of housing, depending on an individual's needs. But again, I think, as Councillor Wolf said, it's important that we are aware of that and that we don't overcrowd ourselves so that people don't have the necessary amenity space that they would necessarily or could possibly enjoy if something bigger was in place. So it's something to be aware of. Amenity space is important, and I think we've talked about that. And with the amenity that is provided within the area, I can support this motion. So thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and I'll move to Councillor Mehta. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I always appreciate all the different comments, and I think the plan has improved, and it is a form of housing that is attainable. It is a cheaper form of construction per square foot than concrete buildings, for example. So I think, they are going to be reaching a reasonable price point anyways for people buying their first homes. And I also wanted to mention the green space component is important. And I was just looking at this plan here, right? The site plan, if I'm looking at it right, it looks like the bottom corner might line up with our city park. And maybe we could look at a gate or something to provide some access to the park from the complex. My aunt in Waterdown, for example, backs onto a city park, and all the homes along there have access to the park through their backyard. So maybe we could look at that for this complex in particular to raise some of those concerns. Otherwise, it is down the street, but I think having that connection would improve the development all the more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think I shared the concerns of a lot of my colleagues around the digital horseshoe that it's troubling to see the lack of private amenity space. I think we're all typically accustomed to at least growing up in a Cambridge that has things like yards for our kids to play in. But when we look at these being units that are attainable, considering the current housing shortage, you look at the proximity to the 401 and all the changes we're seeing in Cambridge, I think that it's an acceptable compromise. But I always ask myself, could I see myself in a home like that with two kids, and how old could those kids be growing up in a home like that? So I would like to gently press staff and also the developers to ensure that those exterior amenity areas are available, that access to parks and trails are easily accessible, because I think the older people get and the older kids get, the bigger they get, the more they're going to need to get outside. And although a balcony is something, it's better than nothing. It's not as good as a yard. It's not as good as a park. So to stress that we need those exterior outdoor connections, if we're going to have developments like this, we need to grow them in tandem. I think that's essential going forward. So I can support this, but if we have a lack of private amenity space, we're going to need to increase the public amenity space in kind, I think. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Devine, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. Yeah, clearly amenity space is important. It's very, very important. But as well, at the same time, the city has really worked hard on the parks and trails. And in the future, we have to maybe consider a little more amenity space, even though the rules are changing. But the other comment I'd like to make is the 401. The 401 is not going away. All right, the vibration is going to be there, the noise is going to be there, and there will be homes built along the 401. And if you get into the GTA, they're literally backing onto the 401. And we don't live that far from the 401 ourselves, and it's something that, whether you like to believe it or not, you get used to. I've been living along this highway since it was built, and it's not near as noisy as it used to be quite honest with you, because the hill in up by Fountain Street was taken out, and the trucks don't have to gear down. You don't hear them for miles. So, I mean, the 401 is the 401. So that's just an accepted part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to add a couple of comments myself, and I really do think that the developer's gone back, heard the comments in the public meeting, and have done a good job at reconfiguring some of the things that people were concerned about, and they've brought forward, I think, a pretty good plan. I also recognize that as we move ahead and accept many more people to our community to live, that there needs to be a different range of housing style. Not everybody wants an outdoor space. You know, you can see that from people that have bought into condos. And I think that this does allow us a good range and a mix of attainable and different types of housing in this particular unit. So very supportive. Seeing no further comments, just before we vote, I just wanted to turn and welcome to Councillor Liggett, who has joined us, and just wondering if you have any direct or indirect pecuniary interest on any matter this evening. I see you.
I don't.
Okay, thank you and welcome. So we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
Favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And again, thank you for everyone's comments. So we'll move next to the next item on the agenda, which is number 9.1.2, Report 21-296 CD, Recommendation Report, Zoning Bylaw Amendment 355 Guelph Avenue and 11 Fletcher Circle, IBI Group, and that's in care of Dave Galbraith. I do understand that we continue to have Michael Campos, our intermediate planner, busy today, I think he is. He is here to present. So thank you for being with us still, Michael. You've been busy today. I understand you have a presentation, so we'll get that up in a minute, and welcome, and you may begin.
Thank you once again, Madam Mayor, and good evening once again to members of council, senior staff, members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I am an intermediate planner with the city, and I am here to present our recommendation relating to the zoning bylaw amendment application that was submitted for 355 Guelph Avenue and 11 Fletcher Circle. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, the application has gone through the review process. The application was presented at a public meeting on March 2nd, 2021, and subsequently went through a review process by city staff and outside agencies. A neighborhood meeting was also held on April 7th, 2021 to provide residents with an opportunity to discuss the proposal and provide input on the proposed applications. The applicant reviewed the comments prepared by staff and those provided by council, as well as those gathered from residents at the neighborhood meeting, and prepared a revised submission that is being presented today. We are now presenting the staff recommendation on this revised application at today's meeting. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are located on the eastern side of Guelph Avenue, south of Hespeler Road and north of Hespeler Mill Pond. The subject lands are located in the northeastern corner of the Guelph Avenue and Fletcher Circle intersection. And 355 Guelph Avenue is the larger of the two parcels and is located on the northern side of the subject lands, while 11 Fletcher Circle is the smaller of the two parcels located on the southern side, as you can see on the image on your screen. An existing single detached home and an accessory shed structure are located on 355 Guelph Avenue and are proposed to be demolished. And there are no existing structures on 11 Fletcher Circle today. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing to construct 9 two-story street-fronting townhouse units. 4 of the townhouse units are proposed to front onto Guelph Avenue, and the remaining 5 units will front onto Fletcher Circle. The proposed development is planned to have an overall total density of 38 units per hectare, which is in conformity with the city's low/medium density residential designation in the official plan. The townhouse units will include individual private garages and driveway accesses. Units fronting onto Guelph Avenue will be capable of accommodating up to a maximum of 3 parking spaces each, where one is located in the garage and two would be in the driveway. The two end units on the block of townhomes that front onto Fletcher Circle will have sufficient space to accommodate up to 4 total parking spaces, two of which can fit in the double car garage and 2 can be accommodated in the driveway. The 3 units in between the 2 end units will have the capability of accommodating 2 total spaces, 1 in the garage and a second in the driveway. The total provided number of parking spaces exceeds the required minimum number of parking spaces required for each unit and is in compliance with the city zoning bylaw. To the rear of each residential unit, the applicant has proposed individual rear backyard amenity areas with main floor decks at grade for each unit. A total of 18 trees are planned for removal off of the site to accommodate the development of the proposed townhomes. And a tree management plan will be shown on your screen further in my presentation, which will illustrate which trees are planned for removal. The proposed tenure of the 9 units is freehold. Affordable housing is not proposed as part of this application. And it is the intent of the applicant to divide the existing properties into 9 individual lots through severance applications to the Committee of Adjustment, should the proposed zoning bylaw amendment eventually be approved. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an illustration of the concept plan for the proposed development. As shown, 4 units will front onto Guelph Avenue, and the remaining 5 units will front onto Fletcher Circle. And in order to facilitate the development of the townhouse units, a zoning bylaw amendment is required to rezone the lands from the R2 and R5 zones to the RM4 zone in order to allow townhouse dwellings. The current zoning solely allows a single detached dwelling as the only form of residential development on the lands. In addition to rezoning the site-specific zoning provisions have also been requested, and they include to permit 9 attached townhouse dwelling units on the subject lands, whereas 6 are permitted, to permit a minimum lot area of 150 square meters, where a minimum lot area of 165 square meters is required, and to permit an exterior side yard setback of 5.08 meters, whereas a minimum of 6 meters is required. Next slide, please. So as part of the proposed development, the applicant will be required to remove existing trees on the site to accommodate the townhouse units. Presently, there are a total of 27 trees on the site. A total of 18 trees are planned for removal to accommodate the 9 units, which leaves 9 existing trees that are planned to be maintained. And should the application eventually be approved, the applicant is proposing to plant an additional 11 trees on the subject lands. The trees identified in this image, and I apologize, it may be a little bit more difficult to see through the screen, but the trees identified in a light gray are the trees that are planned to be maintained, and those that are not shaded in light gray color are proposed to be removed. And so primarily those trees located along the southern portion of the property are included in those that need to be removed in order to accommodate the townhomes that will front onto Fletcher Circle. The trees located along the eastern property line and abutting the existing residential units will be maintained. And there are a few trees along the northern property line that will also need to be removed to accommodate the northernmost unit, but many of those trees will also be maintained along the northern lot line. Next slide, please. And so as mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the applicant did make revisions to the proposal after receiving comments from both the public meeting and the neighborhood meeting earlier this year. The changes were made to address the concerns heard from the residents and included a reduction in height of the proposed units from 3 stories to 2 stories to maintain a similar height with surrounding existing development. In addition, the applicant revised the location of the 2nd-story decks to the main floor to reduce any potential privacy concerns with neighboring properties. The applicant also shifted the Guelph Avenue fronting townhomes closer to the street line by 2 meters to provide an increased buffer from the residents to the east. And similarly, the units fronting onto Fletcher Circle were also shifted to the west 1.02 meters to provide an additional buffer to the homes to the east. And then finally, an additional 3 trees were maintained as part of this revised proposal. The original submission considered the removal of 21 trees, whereas the revised proposal is considering the removal of 18 trees. Next slide, please. So this slide just provides a street view of 355 Guelph Avenue, looking east from Guelph Avenue. The home shown in this image will be demolished to accommodate the proposed townhomes. Next slide, please. And this is a view of 11 Fletcher Circle, looking northwest from Fletcher Circle. And as you can see, the land is currently vacant. The trees shown in this image are proposed to be removed to accommodate the proposed development for those townhomes that will front onto Fletcher Circle. Next slide, please. This slide provides an elevation image of the street fronting townhomes that are proposed to front onto Guelph Avenue. There are 4 units provided in this block. Next slide, please. And this slide provides an elevation of the street fronting townhomes proposed to front onto Fletcher Circle. And this block will provide 5 units. Next slide, please. So the following are the considerations that were taken in preparing the recommendation report. In addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, consideration was had for land use compatibility with surrounding existing development and overall character of the existing neighborhood, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific zoning requests associated with the proposed development, the proposed tree management plan and removal of existing trees on the subject lands to accommodate the townhouse development, the proposed density of the townhouse development, and comments received from members of council, public, and city staff and agency circulation. Next slide, please. And so the staff recommendation is as shown on the screen, that report 21296 CD be received, and that Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site from R2 and R5 to RM4, and to establish site-specific provisions for 355 Guelph Avenue and 11 Fletcher Circle to permit the development of 9 two-story street-fronting townhomes with site-specific zoning provisions that seek to permit a maximum of 9 attached townhouse dwelling units on the subject lands, a minimum lot area of 150 square meters, and an exterior side yard setback of 5.08 meters. And that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaw attached to this report be passed. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation this evening. Please feel free to contact me at the contact information provided on the screen should you wish to have any discussions on this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And as per usual, I'll ask you to hang out while we hear from consultants and delegations before we're able to have members of council ask questions. So we're now going to take a moment to bring in Dave Galbraith, Associate Manager, Planning, IBI Group. Is she there?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor.
There you are. Hi, welcome. So you can just go ahead when you're ready and ask the clerk to move slides forward for you. Welcome, Dave. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McGarry and members of council. My name is Dave Galbraith, and I am a manager of planning with IBI Group's Waterloo office. I'm here tonight on behalf of my client, Urbe Developments, who are proposing the redevelopment of 355 Guelph and 11 Fletcher in the city of Cambridge. Next slide, please. Tonight, I'd like to provide a brief overview of the site, its context, and the development applications now before you. I'd also like to discuss how the original concept has been revised and reworked to address many of your comments raised at the first council meeting and some of the comments from the neighborhood as well. Next slide, please. As shown on this slide, the subject property is municipally known as 11 Fletcher and 355 Guelph Ave, which is located at the intersection of the two streets. Next slide, please. The site currently contains a single detached dwelling constructed in the mid-50s, and the properties have an area of approximately 0.24 hectares with frontage on both Fletcher Circle and Guelph Avenue. Next slide, please. As Michael had noted, in addition to the existing dwelling, the site contains vegetation along the north, east, and southern property lines, which includes a mix of mature, deciduous, and coniferous trees. Next slide, please. This image shows the subject property in relation to its neighborhood context. The site is located within a low-density area with large single detached residential lots along Guelph Avenue and smaller detached properties along Fletcher. The site is also in close proximity to 2 recent townhouse developments located approximately 225 meters north of the site at Guelph and Poplar Drive. The site's also located in close proximity to St. Gabriel and Silver Heights School. Next slide, please. This slide shows the original application submitted in the fall of 2020, which contemplated the development of 9 3-story townhouses on the property. 5 of the units face Fletcher Circle and the remaining units face Guelph Avenue. In order to accommodate this proposal, a zone change application was submitted to rezone the site RM4, permit 9 units within the block, and reduced lot area for 1 of the units. It also contemplated a reduced exterior side yard to the corner Fletcher facing unit. And that's largely in response to an irregular property configuration in that area. Next slide, please. So at the initial council meeting and the subsequent neighborhood information meeting, a number of key concerns were raised by the public. These included that the units were too tall and should be reduced in height, that the units were too close to adjacent homes on Fletcher Circle, that there were too many trees going to be removed, and comments related to traffic and parking. Additionally, several residents opined that the unit count should be reduced. If you could skip to slide 13, please. Following receipt of these comments, a number of changes to the development have been proposed, which include shifting the Guelph Avenue townhouses closer to the street line to provide more spatial separation to the rear yards adjacent to the homes on Fletcher Circle, shifting the Fletcher townhomes further west to provide additional separation to the residents to the east, reducing the height of the townhouses to 2 stories where they were previously 3, revisiting the driveway and parking layout to ensure adequacy of parking, and additional tree planting and tree compensation where possible. Next slide, please. So this slide here demonstrates how parking will be managed on the site. As you'll see, each of the units will contain a minimum of 2 parking spaces, and that's the units with 2 parking spaces are the 3 interior units on Fletcher. Every other unit will have a minimum of 3 spaces, and then the corner units on Fletcher will have 4 spaces. This parking exceeds the requirement of the zoning bylaw and will provide for the needs of future residents. We've also discussed with city staff and confirmed that the transportation impacts associated with this development would be minimal, and the density of the development does not warrant a formal TIS. Next slide, please. Perhaps the most impactful change now proposed is the reduction in height of the townhouses. As noted, the original concept contemplated a 3-story design, whereas the revised proposal now contemplates a 2-story units. In our opinion, this reduction in height will provide a more compatible built form and is more sympathetic to the existing neighborhood, especially considering the grade change from the west to the east on the site. Next slide, please. In addition to this, to the extent possible, the blocks have been shifted west. The Guelph Avenue facing units have been shifted approximately 4 meters west and will now have a rear yard of between 17 and 18 meters, whereas the Fletcher side yard has been increased to approximately 4 meters. Next slide, please. Finally, the applicant has explored opportunities for additional tree saving on the site. As a result of some of the changes to the setbacks, 3 additional trees have now been proposed to be saved, meaning 11 of the trees on the site will now be retained. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to plant an additional 11 trees on the site, as shown on the updated landscape plan included with the resubmission. In my opinion, the proposed development represents good planning and will facilitate the development of infill housing to help satisfy the attainable housing needs of the community. The updated concept has attempted to address as many of the concerns of council and the public as possible and represents meaningful change from the original proposal. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide this presentation tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for your presentation, Dave. So I'm now going to turn to, oh, no, we're not doing questions yet. I apologize. We're going to do our 3 pre-registered delegations first for this public meeting. So we're just going to ask you just to hold on. We'll do questions of you after we've heard from the pre-registered delegations. So we're going first to Craig Oliver. Craig, I see that you've popped up on my screen. It's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me? And could you please turn off the computer behind you?
I apologize. We're going to.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Thank you. And it's always a reminder that there's about a 25 or 30-second delay between what's going on council and actually the YouTube. So thanks for turning that down. So welcome, Craig. You will have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Please ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. You'll hear a bell at the 4-minute mark. That'll be your reminder that you've got a minute left. There may be questions of council for clarification for you afterwards, so please stay on the line and I'll help guide you through that process. So welcome, Craig, and please begin.
Thank you very much, Member Geary and members of council. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening. First of all, I want to state that we recognize that the developer has taken steps to reduce the overall height and address some of our concerns that were put forth at the last meeting. However, myself and members of the community are still vehemently opposed to the size and scope of the project that is put forward to council this evening in relation specifically to the density. We have a parcel of land that is, a half-acre property plus an additional sliver of land along Fletcher Circle that they are now proposing to place 9 units on. The density that it's allowed for, if allowed to shift to multi-unit housing, is 6, and they're proposing to take it to 9. Our counter to that is that it should only be, the council should limit that to 7 units, making it 3 units along Guelph Avenue and 4 units along Fletcher Circle, such that you can not only increase the distance from the adjacent properties, but also work to maintain a significantly larger number of trees that are on the property. As you can see in the picture, it's very easy for them to claim that they are retaining trees, 3 of which on their drawing are actually located on my property. So it's interesting that they have a drawing that shows trees that they're saving, but 3 of them are located on 369 Guelph Ave. With the reduction of units down to 7 from the 9, you could save the majority of trees around the perimeter of the property and some of the larger old growth trees. Again, it's very easy to say that they're going to replant trees, but you're talking about cutting down 50-foot, old 50-foot, 40, 50-foot old growth trees and planting what will amount to a 10 to 20-foot sapling, right? We know what's going to go in there. There's no hiding that fact. That's not that they're not going to come and put a tree of any size into the property. Currently, there's a single detached home, and they're proposing to go to 9 units. We're stating that they should stick to 7. 150% increase. I sat and listened to council this evening. You just talked about the other development down the street from us where the density is increasing, and it appears that every single time something comes before council, the density is increased just a little bit every single time. This one itself is not only proposing to go from 6 to 9 units, but also reducing the distance that the properties are from the property line, reducing the square footage of the backyards of each property. It's a little bit on each thing, and it's incrementally every single time a little bit is taken by developers. And we are ending up with a proposal here that is going to place 9 units on a piece of land that currently has a single home on it, and every single property around this development has a single family home on it. So I just don't see how it claims to be fitting in with the local community, how it claims to be addressing the concerns of the local community, and how it claims to be requesting marginal changes when you're talking about a density increase of 150% over what our current bylaws allow. So with that, with everything, the fact that we are apparently, I heard in the last meeting several months ago that we're the tree city in Canada, that combined with the fact that we have these bylaws in place, that the community has already and continues to speak out against these type of changes to the density, I would just ask that we either delay the matter and have another public council where we can have more discussion on it, or at this time, don't allow them to do 9 units is basically what we're saying. So that's pretty much what I have to say. If anybody has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Craig, for your delegation. So I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. And seeing none, thank you very much for spending the time with us this evening. And certainly you're welcome to continue to follow along as you were with our City of Cambridge YouTube page. So thanks again for taking the time with us this evening.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Our next delegation is Walter Aguirre. So we're going to take a moment to bring Walter into our meeting. We're trying to reach the two next delegations, so just hang tight for another minute and we'll see if we can get them on the line. So we're not able to reach either of the next two delegations, but are going to keep trying. So I think in the interest of time, we're going to move forward right now for questions from members of council to the delegations that are here in support. So we'll have questions of council to Dave Galbraith at the moment. Councillor Reeve, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My question has to do with timelines, and if this was not passed tonight, do we have time to look at it again, or would we be running out of time and that the developer could then go to the OLT?
I'll just look to staff to answer this, but this is the time that we're going to be asking questions from Dave Galbraith, our developer.
Okay, sorry.
Can Michael or Lisa answer that just quickly? Michael, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, it would be up to the applicant to make that decision to appeal on a non-decision, given that the timeline has expired to make a decision.
Thank you. So again, I'm going to have members of council address any questions at the moment to Dave Galbraith. Councillor Adshade, please go ahead. Councillor Adshade.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Dave, thanks for your presentation. I'm glad to see that you're saving 11 trees and 3 more than originally are being saved, but we're losing 18 trees. I'm just wondering if there's any more room where you could at least plant 18 or maybe more trees on that property. I'm just wondering if that's a possibility.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Currently, the proposal is in the landscape plan is to plant 11 additional trees. There may be some opportunity in the rear yards of some of the Guelph fronting units to provide some additional tree planting. Yeah, at this point, 11 are proposed as compensation.
So you're going to look into possibly adding some more then? Is good? I assume that to be correct?
Yeah, we can take that back and see if there's opportunities to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Wolf. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and to Dave, would as the delegate we just heard suggested, 7 townhouses would save many trees and would still be above the 6 homes that are part of the bylaw, I guess. Is that conceivable for you to do 7 instead of 9?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I do want to clarify perhaps how density is calculated on the site. So as part of the application, we are requesting site-specific relief from the RM4 zone. But the density that we are working within also comes from the city's official plan. And the permitted density for this property is 40 units per hectare in the city's OP. We identified the RM4 zone as a zone that could work for this site and had designed the site to satisfy those standards. But having said that, the reason why the 9 are being requested here and that site-specific relief from the RM4 zone is really to implement the city's official plan, right? Which does permit that 40 units per hectare here. So we're not looking for any relief from what the city's OP sets out. Then I think the applicant has maintained the 9 units here in this revised concept to get at a number of the city's objectives, right? So providing infill housing, which 45% of new development should be within the built boundary. So they're getting at that. But then they are also trying to provide more attainable forms of housing on the property. So when you reduce the unit count on the site, it's likely that the units would have to get larger, and then the affordability of the units would decrease as well. So it's their preference. They've done their own assessment of this as well, and 9 is the unit count that they would like to advance on this site. But again, it does conform to the policies of the official plan, which do permit the number of units now being advanced.
Thank you. So you're saying, whoops, sorry, having a bit of a problem here. So you're saying the 9 units is because this is the city's desire as opposed to the developers?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm saying that this is definitely the client, the developer's desire to have 9 units. But what I was saying was the reason for the site-specific amendment to the RM4 zone is to permit the density that's already contemplated by the city's official plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move next to Councillor Hamilton. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thanks very much, David, for your presentation. My question had to do with two. The first being on Fletcher Circle, are there sidewalks that are being constructed?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, no, no sidewalks are proposed along Fletcher Circle.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of on-street parking, will it be on-street parking on Fletcher, or will the driveways be close enough where there won't be space for cars there?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, there would not be on-street parking between units just because of the proximity of driveways to one another. But then again, the amount of parking proposed for these units does exceed the requirements of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt our regular programming here. We do have Brian Gordon, our delegation we are trying to reach earlier to come in. So I'm going to suggest that we go and listen to our delegation, Brian. I'm going to ask Dave that you hang on the line and we'll take the questions from Councillors Devine, Mann and Liggett after that. So I'm going to ask the staff now to bring Brian Gordon into our meeting. Brian, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, but only on my cell phone, not on my iPad.
And that's fine. We do have a 25 to 30 second delay between what's going on here in council and your YouTube channel. So if you've got YouTube there, I would turn it off at the moment.
Turn it off? Okay,
yep.
I will. Because it's been blank since you went in camera and nothing has come back to the screen.
Oh, well, you might have to reconnect the link then. We'll check that in the meantime.
Okay.
But you do have 5 minutes here. I'm just going to give a couple comments to you. You do have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to.
Yes.
Just make sure that you ensure your remarks are respectful, because we do have rules of
Yes.
engagement here in council meetings,
Yes.
and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So if you don't mind, just stay on the line after. There may be questions of clarification for you, and I'll guide you through that process.
Okay.
So welcome, Brian, and please begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, and the staff representatives in attendance tonight. I apologize if my voice fades. That's just what's going on in my voice for the past 2 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to learn if council members are persuaded by the staff report to approve the development application. Maybe I might seem naive, but I try to become knowledgeable. The staff recommendation uses the terms minor and minor in nature in their opinions. Are these terms of an absolute nature, i.e., there is a formal scale of what constitutes differences between minor and significant? For example, I refer to the comment section. R2 and R5 solely permit single detached dwellings. RM4 permits townhouse dwellings. If this scale is subjective, then it's difficult to have a reasonable discussion on things that have no measurable way to agree on what is minor and what is significant, i.e., the zoning amendment considered, is it to be minor or is it to be a significant item? Regarding current zoning bylaws and how readily these seem to be subject to amendments to support the developer application, perhaps a notice of such might be provided to all interested parties when they communicate with planning services and wish to speak about a pending development application. A case in point, the property in question at Guelph Avenue and Fletcher Circle was zoned to limit development to a maximum of 6 units. If this zoning bylaw can be circumvented simply by a request to amend the zoning and have the property for development purposes considered under other limitations, is this desirable if council and staff wish to have community feel that their voices are actually matter? This development request no longer falls under the limitation to 6 units once a decision is made to amend its existing planning classification. The application will now be considered under the maximum number of dwelling units per hectare. Therefore, community members who are well informed would firstly then challenge the merits of a requested planning classification request. A response more fulsome than represents good planning, as has been provided in the comments, would be reasonable to expect as justification. For developments that might be controversial, would it not be reasonable to refer each situation and the interested parties to the constraints that are at hand that staff and council must also consider? For example, Tier 1 I would consider as Tier 1 provincial policies and legislation such as the 2020 policy statement and the provincial growth plan. Tier 2 I would consider to be the regional government and its official plan requirements for municipalities. Tier 3 then would be the City of Cambridge or another local municipality and their official plan. Policy and policies related to intensification in the built-up area are significant at this time. City of Cambridge density objective appears to reach for the maximum density level of 40 units per hectare in the low to medium density designated areas. As such, staff have no concerns for the proposed recommendations that they make. That bell means my time is up and I must quit.
Actually, Brian, I forgot to mention that you'd hear a bell, so you actually have another minute left. So if you'd like to conclude your remarks or keep going, please go going. Yep, you've got a minute.
Okay, thanks. The present matter and concerns about the density proposed being considered to be excessive does not have any relation to anything other than a maximum of 40 units per hectare. A development proposal may request up to 40 units per hectare. Is the city obligated to approve such a request? Or can the city propose that for any number of lesser density, for any number that a lesser density would be preferred? Anyway, and he was also concerned how single-family homes and semis, owners of those properties seem to be maligned in the staff comments that this multi-unit is being recommended on the basis of there are already a number of townhouse projects, such as south of St. Gabriel, the 2 developments on Poplar, Manhattan, Gander, Mattamy developments, and also at 455. So what's happened in the past is appearing to be justification for this approval, recommendation for approval. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Brian. I'm glad we were able to conclude your remarks. I'm just going to turn to members of council now, if you stay on the line now, to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. I see Councillor Devine's hand up. Is that a legacy hand, or did you have a question for our delegation?
That's a legacy hand.
So sorry. What that means, Brian, is that he didn't have a question for you. He did have his hand raised up. I don't see any other hands raised, so thank you very much for joining us this evening. I know that just at the beginning of your delegation tonight with us that you couldn't see the YouTube channel. I've had confirmation that it is working and others are watching. So what I might suggest is that you can continue watching if you maybe relaunch that YouTube channel and see if you can get right up to date, and then you can hear the rest of the discussion here.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you thank you for joining us this evening and taking the time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I've had confirmation that we weren't able to hear from the other delegation, so we'll switch back to questions. I had Councillors Devine, Mann, and Liggett. So we'll start off with questions to Dave Galbraith from Councillor Devine. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. Well done. Is there a plan in place if this development goes through to put barriers or fencing or whatever it is between that development and the residents that are already there? David?
Through you, Mayor McGarry. I do not, sorry, I will pull up the landscape plan. But I suspect a board-on-board fence would be required along any internal lot line in accordance with city site plan procedures.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go next to Councillor Mann, or Deputy Mayor Mann, followed by Councillor Liggett. So Deputy Mayor Mann, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to David. David, thank you for your presentation. And just to build on what Councillor Adshade talked about as far as the trees were concerned, I realize that 11 of the 18 trees will be removed, and 3 of those, and you've saved 3 more. What about, so there's, I think there's a remaining 7 or 8 that are not going to be replaced. And what kind of compensation will you come up with if you're not going to replace those trees? How will you compensate for that? We have a fund at the city similar to a affordable housing fund that people contribute to when they are not building affordable housing. What about compensating the fund for trees that you're not going to replace?
Through you, Mayor McGarry. So the city does have a tree compensation bylaw, and it's expected that that would be applied. As discussed previously, there would be a future consent application to subdivide these lots. And based on past experience, and perhaps Michael can confirm, I expect that that would be a requirement or a condition of the consent application that tree compensation is provided for any trees that cannot be replaced on site. But again, the 11 trees that are being proposed does, if this was a one-off site plan, generally it's 1 per unit that would be required. So again, here 11 are being proposed to be replanted on the site, and then there would be tree compensation through the consent application.
Thanks, David. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll go next to Councillor Liggett. Thank you for those answers. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, could you put back up your overhead of the trees, please? I don't see it in the report.
Hang on, I'm just going to ask the clerk to pull up this slide. Dave, do you know approximately what slide number that might show on?
Yes, it's actually the last slide, slide 17 of the deck.
Okay, just give us a second here to pull that up. Okay, it's up now.
Okay, so at that rounded corner, which is the corner of Guelph Avenue and Fletcher, is there not room for trees there?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, yes, there would be an opportunity for some tree planting in that location.
Okay, so can we do that?
Yes, and I believe some has already been proposed on the landscape plan.
For that particular site?
I'm just pulling up, the plan you see right now is the vegetation management plan. So that's, those are the trees that are being retained or saved. But I believe there is a landscape plan. Yes, there are 4 trees being proposed in that location.
Through you, Madam Chair. And what's the circumference of the trees that you're putting in?
Sorry, bear with me for one moment here.
Sure.
Yep, go ahead.
I believe they're, so I believe the ones in that location are, there's a green pillar oak with 60 millimeter caliber.
60 millimeters. Okay. And sorry, Madam Chair, continued questions here, please. And the ones you're replacing at the back, are they the same thing, 60 millimeters?
Yes, they are.
So can we get bigger trees on to get a bit advanced growth on all of these trees?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, I can bring that back to my client and make that recommendation.
Okay.
And again, this vegetation management plan will also be removed as part of the consent application. So there's an opportunity to direct that to staff in their review of that application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just to keep things interesting, we were able to reach our third delegation. So before any other questions, I'm going to ask everybody to sit tight while we bring in our delegation, Walter Aguirre. Walter, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me now?
Hello.
Hi, this doesn't sound like Walter, but yes, it's Catherine McGarry.
Hi, Catherine. I'm his wife, Irina Galarza.
Okay, wonderful to hear from you. Thanks for joining our meeting this evening. So you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, that your remarks remain respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So welcome. You will hear a bell at 4 minute mark, and that will give you a reminder that you've got a minute left. Please stay on the line after. There may be questions of clarification from members of council, and I'll guide you through that process. So welcome again, and please begin.
Hey, Catherine, I just wanted to confirm, I had put in for 2 different meetings today, and I believe I missed one of them. For this meeting that is happening right now, which of the 2 addresses is it regarding for the Cambridge development?
Thank you. So I'll just confirm that it's 355 Guelph and 11 Fletcher Circle.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'll have clerk follow up with you because they're not sure. So please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this invitation to the meeting. As one of the owners that is going to be behind this new development and directly impacted, I, as the rest of the neighborhood, are happy for development in the neighborhood and to garner more neighbors and obviously more income for the city. However, we do feel that 9 units on land where currently there's 1 unit is simply quite a bit much for the existing homes that are in the neighborhood. We were hoping for 6. And I'm quite happy that the developer was able to reduce the levels and the height of these homes because they directly impacted into the privacy of my home as well as some neighbors. So I am grateful for that, but I really do believe that 6 would be a more spice to have that many people in such a small piece of land in terms of cars as well. Currently within the school year, where those houses are going to be is always having cars parked there for during the day for people that are living in the neighborhood, for parents picking up, dropping off. That's all going to be gone, and it's going to be very impacted. And I just simply feel that it takes away, I believe, from the value of my home, that if I want to sell, I probably wouldn't want to buy on that piece of land. We're also losing a lot of trees that are quite old, and as being a city of trees, as we were given that designation, I believe that the loss of this many trees due to the 9 homes is a huge implication for the reputation of the city as well as an environmental factor. I know that the developer is going to be planting more trees, but these trees might be small. They're never going to probably grow into as big and as beautiful as what is existing now. So I do hope that the council has listened or is aware that I don't believe there is not one positive comment or really anybody's really happy about this much development on such a small piece of land. We know that there is going to be development. It's not that we don't welcome it, but it's just so much in such a small space where, you know, people do want to buy. But how about making something really spectacular versus the cookie cutter? The houses that are in Hespeler, on Fletcher, they're beautiful homes. On Guelph Avenue, they're older, beautiful homes. Some have been new, rebuilt. Why not make something better? A lot of development in Cambridge seems to be not even semis anymore, but townhouses. With the increase in price, we have a lot of people coming in from other cities, but why not make it spectacular versus something like this? I don't know that we've been heard. I have not read or heard any commentary about what council members really think about it versus it just being a vote. It seems that a lot of the development that's coming into Cambridge is all about amending previous laws. Those laws were put in for a reason, partly for the preservation of our environment, for the preservation of the neighborhood. And it seems that so many of these are being amended to build more, to build bigger. Bigger is not better. More is not better. I believe quality over quantity. And I'm just not seeing it at all in the past 20 years. It's kind of disappointing that Cambridge is always quaint. You know, it came here for the lifestyle. Now it's not so. So I believe that the council is going forward with the 9 development homes. And a last minute plea, I hope that maybe you will change your mind to have it into at least a 6 and keep it beautiful, keep it quaint. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. I'm just going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions of clarity or clarification for you.
Sure.
And seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. I know it took us a little bit of time to reach you, but thank you for coming and presenting to us this evening and taking the time to do that.
Thank you for calling me back. I was in work, so I'm very grateful that you were able to reach me now that I'm out of work and I was able to say what I would have wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate
and
it.
you can follow along with the rest of this meeting if you so desire at the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Oh, okay. I will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I'll turn to members of council right now to see if there's any further questions for the developer, for Dave Galbraith, before we go to put the motion on the floor. And seeing none, thank you very much, Dave, for joining us. We're going to place you in the waiting room while we put the motion on the floor, just in case there's another question that we might bring you back to answer. So thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
So we'll now put the motion on the floor and then go to questions of staff. So Councillor Reid, you have the motion. Would you like the clerk to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Devine, that report 21296 CD, recommendation report zoning bylaw amendment 355 Guelph Avenue and 11 Fletcher Circle, IBI Group, care of Dave Galbraith, be received, and that Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site from R2 and R5 to RM4, and to establish site-specific provisions for 355 Guelph Avenue and 11 Fletcher Circle to permit the development of 9 two-story street-fronting townhouses with site-specific zoning provisions that seek to permit a maximum of 9 attached townhouse dwellings on the subject lands, a minimum lot area of 150 square meters, and an exterior side yard setback of 5.08 meters, and that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaws attached to this report be passed.
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, I was just turning my mic off on to invite you to do such. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, I am going to be supportive of this motion, and there are reasons that I am. I really did hear what the members were saying that came to delegate. I think they were heartfelt. I believe that they really see this as something that they think can happen. But I'm not sure that it would happen as easily as they might think it could. I do hear that the 9 townhouses do meet with the official plan, and I do feel that because of that the 9 are probably the what needs to go into that particular area. I know that the Hesper BIA is very anxious to have more and more people to come down to the village, and this is close to the village. It's really close to the core area, and it would provide for more people living in the area that would then support the core area. So I'm very supportive of it for that reason as well. I think that through the site plan, we can work out some of the issues that have been raised tonight. But I think the large issues are that this needs to go forward. If we're stopped it at this point, we would be subject to the developer perhaps going to the OLT. At least the developer would have that opportunity. I think the money spent that for another OLT happening is not money well spent. And I really don't want to see that happen, or even have the possibility of it happening. And so I am going to be very supportive of this particular motion here, and look forward to this development. And I think it is in line with other developments along Guelph Avenue as well. And I think that it is one that would bring a lot to the area. So I am supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now going to move to questions of staff. Councillor Mehta, do you have a question for staff? Did you want to comment? Can we wait until questions are asked? Okay, thank you. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to staff, is it possible for us to reduce the number of units, let's say to 7? And what are your comments if we made a motion to either defer to discuss that or revise amend the motion?
Through you, Madam Chair. The applicant at the end of the day would, if we were to defer the motion, we could initiate those conversations. But like I said, the applicant and the owner, I believe, are firm in the number of units that they want to try and achieve on this site. it's certainly an option for them to also appeal a decision made tonight. And so if they were looking to achieve those 9 units, of course, that is an option for them as well. At the end of the day, this is the applicant's proposal, and if they are pushing for 9 units, a decision has to be made on those 9 units. We can work to discuss with the applicant and their owner to see if there's a viable option for them to reduce the number of units, but based on the conversation had with Dave today at this meeting, I think, and our previous interactions, I believe the owner is firm on the 9 units moving ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine.
Yes, thank you to the chair. I agree with Councillor Wolf on what she just said. I think that corner will be a little busy with the 9 units. Particularly the ones on Fletcher. I would like to see them reduced to 7 units. And I'd be prepared to make a deferral on that if somebody would second it. And staff can have that discussion with the developer, because I believe the density is too high. And you know, of course, the BIA would like more people in the core. There's no doubt about that. But the BIA also wants respectful building and respectful building in the community. It's not about putting, you know, 15 sardines in a 10 sardine can. We have to respect the community. We have to respect the building. We got to respect the neighbors that are already in that area. So if I can get a second, I would like to have it deferred.
Councillor Devine.
Staff can.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
I'd like to actually just ask you to hold on that till we ask further questions, if you don't mind. I'll come back to you on that. But I'd like to get through a list of questions.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Are you done your questions at the moment, Councillor Devine?
For the moment, yes.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind putting your legacy hand down, that would be great. I'll go next to Councillor Liggett. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McGarry. I'm not sure.
Councillor Liggett, I'm not able to hear you well. You're breaking up there. I can't hear you at all. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
That's much better.
Okay, I was questioning whether we can have discussion if we have a deferral on the floor before I start my comments here.
Sorry, we're trying to do questions right now before we go to the deferral. Did you have questions for staff?
Okay, well,
Try that again. Your screen's frozen now.
Okay.
Sorry, what I'm at, hopefully you can hear this. I've just procedurally asked Councillor Devine to hold his deferral question till we can get through questions. Are you able to hear that?
Yeah.
I think, okay. Do you have questions now? Okay, we're going to try and get Councillor Liggett back into the meeting. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead if you've got a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I do have a question to staff, and it's just about the composition of the surrounding area on Fletcher, and also on, can't see what the street is here, Fletcher Circle, or basically the street behind the development that we're looking at. How many driveways are there that are already there on Fletcher? Because from what I can tell, the new proposed development would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 driveways. And across the street, it looks like there's 4 driveways in that equivalent space. So is this a substantial increase in the number of driveways for this road, or is it similar to what's across the street? And it's the same with the back of the property. How many properties are there behind the proposal? Because it looks like from a map, there's 4.5, I suppose. So is this development, does it match the number of driveways and homes? I'm just trying to get a fit on whether or not this is extremely out of place, or whether or not it's just somewhat smaller than what seems to exist on the street already.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly this is considered to be compatible low density development for the area. The built form is certainly different, and with that, you have differences in the size of your frontages and the size of your driveways. But if you're looking at the total number of driveways that are located across from the proposed Fletcher townhomes, yes, you would have a difference in one proposed driveway. It looks as though there are 4 driveways across the road. And there would be 5 driveways proposed on the Fletcher townhome. So I think the difference and one of the concerns that we heard for many of the residents was the difference in built form, and the look that in comparison to those properties across the street is that the frontages are much smaller and there's not as much green space or grassed landscape area as in comparison to those built to those single detached dwellings. But I think that's reflective of the type of built form that is being proposed on this site. Naturally, with attached units, you're going to have smaller lot frontages. Although there will be the same number of driveways, you will have smaller landscape front yards for these spaces, and that's reflective of the built form, which is a townhome. I can say that the units, the 2 end units on Fletcher Circle, do have comparable sizes of lot frontage to those across the street from Fletcher Circle, although the interior units are smaller in comparison to those across the street.
Thank you, Michael. Just trying to get a feel of how this proposal would fit in relation to as well what the delegation said. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions myself, Michael, if you wouldn't mind. Number one, we talked about cost, and this has come up before when we're looking at the number of units that comes forward to meetings such as this. And if we reduce the number of units, but the developer still has those costs of the build and everything else. From what I understand, the cost is then added onto the units of the other units. So we sort of had that discussion a little bit with the developer. But if indeed the number of units were reduced, would they not then make the other remaining units more expensive?
Traditionally, yes, that is the case. Oh, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is the case. Typically, when you do reduce the number of units, the size of other units will get larger to compensate for the loss in revenue from those units. So there will be differences to the proposal that comes in, the revised proposal, if there is a reduction in the number of units. And you'll see that through the size of those units, potentially the height in those units. And typically with increased size in units comes increased cost in those units. So there is a there is some sort of impact on the cost if there is a reduction in the number of units.
And I guess that worries me simply because, we're trying to achieve more attainable housing, if not affordable housing, but certainly attainable housing for younger families. And, I do get concerned that impacts it when we're actually trying to add to our existing stock. Next question I had was that, it was around the compromises that the developer has made already after the public meeting. And I really wanted to just get your comments again on the fact that this really does comply with our Cambridge official plan, our regional official plan, and also the provincial policy statement that's talking about the amount of growth that we're supposed to be seeing within our city. And I guess my comment or my question would be, while we're trying to achieve the number of units that will accommodate the growth that we're mandated to grow by over the next 30 years. If we keep reducing the number of units on each site, it means that we're not going to achieve our density targets while we're trying to protect the hard countryside line. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, in a sense that is correct. While there is development and intensification happening on these sites, we want to try and be as efficient as possible with these remaining sites within the built up area. And so when an application such as this one comes forth, where they're providing a more affordable type of built form in comparison to single detached dwellings, and they're within the maximum density allowable by our official plan, they've met a considerable amount of the provisions of our RM4 zoning, and obviously are trying to address some of the concerns that have been brought up by the residents. It's important to be as efficient as possible with these sites to meet those goals. Certainly 7 units on the site would still be a good development on the site. 9 units just adds those additional units that help us achieve that goal of providing for increased intensification within our built up area before we start moving out and finding new locations and greenfield sites to provide for that new growth. I think it's always important to try and be as efficient as possible with these sites that have the potential to accommodate more units and more growth.
Thank you. And recognizing that change is hard for anybody. I mean, that's what we do here, and any developments being talked about. I understand that, but I also understand that, there's certain levers that can be triggered with a deferral or a non-decision. Could you just identify that process again and just clarify what would happen if a lever is triggered to go to the OLT?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if the applicant was to choose to appeal this decision, this application would go to the OLT, and a decision would then be out of the hands of council. They would no longer have be the approval authority for this application, and based on the current planning policies and legislation in place, and the proposal that is at hand, I think there would be likely a successful appeal with this, if that was the case.
Thank you for the clarification. Seeing no further hands up, I'll return now to Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine? Just one moment, I just need to confer with the clerk. Councillor Devine, just before I have you speak, I'm just going to return to Councillor Liggett, who's been trying to get into the meeting adequately. So she's going to leave her camera off. Councillor Liggett, just before I go to Councillor Devine, do you have any further questions before we move ahead with Councillor Devine?
No, I wanted to comment.
We're not going to be commenting until we go to Councillor Devine procedurally.
Okay.
Councillor Devine, then go ahead.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I'd like to make a motion that staff go back, talk to the developer about reducing the number of units to 7 on this site. And I would like a seconder for that, please. I'd like to speak about it.
I'll second that, Councillor Liggett here.
Okay, Councillor Liggett will second.
Thank
Speaking
you,
to the deferral, time and place.
Time would be meeting in January. Place would be in the virtual council.
Okay, are there any further comments? And this is just to the deferral. Councillor Mehta, just speaking to the deferral before I ask if that timing is okay with staff. Actually, I'm going to ask staff first.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think the timing, I'm just in considering the holidays and the meeting that I believe is on January 18th, we could initiate some conversations, but perhaps coming back to council in February may be more appropriate.
Okay, February's fine. I can make it February. I'm fine with that. As long as the seconder is fine.
Councillor Liggett?
That's fine.
Okay. I noted that our chief planner had unmuted. Did you have anything further to say? It's a sharp eye I have to see when you mute and unmute.
To you, Madam Mayor Chair. I just wasn't trying to get to it faster than Michael did, so he was correct. I think we would have a hard time getting a report out for January. I do think it's some concern that we'll have any success with the applicant in making changes, but certainly a February date is most appropriate if that is the choice.
Thank you. And that's confirmed by the mover and the seconder of the deferral motion. Councillor Mehta, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do support the deferral to try to get this right. I'd like to send some comments in over time. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other hands up, we are going to have Madam Clerk read the motion, and then we're going to vote on the deferral only. Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Devine, seconded by Councillor Liggett, that staff be directed to work with the developer to reduce the number of units from 9 units to 7 units, and staff be directed to report back to council by February 2022.
Okay, and I'm going to call the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Opposed.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
Opposed.
And that carries.
Okay, so we'll defer that for now, and I think staff has the direction on the timing. I'm now going to call for a 10-minute recess, so please put your cameras and your mics off, and then we'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, 30-second warning. I'm just asking all councillors to put their cameras back on. And just noting that Councillor Leggett will continue to join by phone, and her name won't be visible on the YouTube channel page, but she'll be able to at least contribute to the rest of the meeting. Welcome back, everybody. Our next agenda item is number 9.1.3, Report 21-301 CD, request to demolish a Part 4 designated property, 4800 Fountain Street. Councillor Reid, you've got the motion. Would you like the clerk to read it?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Mann, that report 21-301 CD, request to demolish a Part 5 designated property, 4800 Fountain Street, be received, and the council approve the request to demolish the main structure on the designated property municipally known as 4800 Fountain Street North, in accordance with Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, as outlined in report 21-301 CD, subject to the following conditions: that the owner ensures that the field stone of which the exterior walls of the circa 1870 school structure are composed is salvaged during demolition and is protected on site for use in future commemoration, and that the owner retains a qualified heritage professional to make recommendations on the appropriate method for demolition to ensure conservation of the stonework for reuse and avoid unnecessary loss or damage to the satisfaction of the chief planner. And further, that the owner ensures that the demolition is carried out using these recommended heritage methods.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think it is with sadness that I will approve this motion. I think that schoolhouse was a traditionally old schoolhouse, and I know that some of my constituents today went to that school in their youth, and it was a very much loved heritage building, and so it is very sad for us today to accept the fact that it needs to be demolished because of the fire. But I do understand that at least we can save some of the field stone, and it can be used, and the owner has agreed that it will be used in some way in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn to questions for our staff. So questions from members of council to staff. And I see we have our senior heritage planner, Abraham Plunkett Latimer, right here, ready to go. Councillor Hamilton, you're first up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. My question had to do with potential reuse of the fieldstone. So the report said it was no longer, due to the heat, structurally sound enough to be, I guess, load bearing. But what were the exact plans or potential ideas for reusing the fieldstone? I mean, would it just be like divided into slices and used as like a veneer and masonry work, or what can we envision in the future, so that we can at least turn this tragedy into some element of hope or reuse of these stones in the future?
Through you, Your Worship. At this time, there are no firm plans on how the stones will be reused. And so we've requested that they be stored on site until there are firm plans for how they'll be used. Some ideas that have been floated at this point is potentially using them to construct a smaller structure that wouldn't require as much strength in the stone. Or alternatively, some kind of garden or wall or some kind of commemorative installation on site. have all been ideas that have been proposed, but we would be waiting for an application to come in to rebuild on the site before we would be determining the exact nature of that.
No, thank you. I think the stones they're beautiful, and to find them like that from the 1870s is exceptionally rare. And even in masonry facilities today, it's tough to even find modern stones like that. So as long as they're repurposed and reused, I think that's essential going forth. But thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for staff? I have one myself, and it was really just talking about the report, and especially the forensic engineers report that we had attached to this report. And from what I gather, the actual stones and some of the other structural components of the building were so poorly damaged that it wasn't possible to actually save any of these of this structure to remain as a building. Is that correct?
Through you, your worship. Yes, that is my understanding. Both engineering reports agreed that the building did need to be demolished. One of the engineering reports specifically commented on reuse of the stone to indicate that it had been compromised. The other report mentioned the slenderness ratio of the existing walls as part of their recommendation to demolish, that the existing walls, from what I gather, are too slender to be certified for reuse and would not be structurally stable according to current standards. And we also asked the owner's architect to comment on reuse of and salvage of any materials in the building. And he had specifically pointed to some research that the stone could not be reused if it had been exposed to high levels of heat. However, the stone is being retained, and if at some future date it is determined that the stone could be reused, then that would be possible. But the walls as they are now, from what I understand, are on verge of collapse and can't be retained as they are.
Thank you. Very sad. Councillor Liggett, did you have a question? And you can use *6 to unmute. It looks like you're unmuted, Councillor Liggett. Do you want to try a question? Hang on, the clerk's just going to reach out. Stand by. Technology is great when it works, and it's very frustrating when it doesn't. So I'm just going to have the clerk reach out to Councillor Liggett. Just give us a moment. Thanks for your patience. We've had Madam Clerk reach out to Councillor Liggett by phone, and she has indicated that she does have a question. So I'm just going to have Madam Clerk ask it.
Thank you. So Councillor Liggett is trying to understand why staff's recommendation is to have the property owner hire a professional qualified heritage planner when he has to demolish. So she's just a little confused by that.
Through your worship, the intent of that condition is to ensure that the demolition happens in a sensitive way, so that we're able to retain as much stone as possible without it being damaged accidentally with a bulldozer, for example.
Thank you. We're going to be having technology services reach out to Councillor Liggett on her phone, but we did pass by the message that the qualified heritage professional will help to identify the salvageable components of the schoolhouse while demolition is going on. Okay. Thank you. Are there any further comments now? Since I see no further question, are there any comments? Councillor Mann, or Deputy Mayor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just briefly, I have to echo what Councillor Reid and yourself have said in relation to this historic landmark in our community. It has had such an incredible impact on the lives of so many people as a school for so long. And I read with great sadness, as everybody did, the reports on the structural integrity of the building and the need to demolish it. And it's a sad day for us that this has to happen, but it's a necessary situation that we have to follow through with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I would just make a few that it is a tragedy and it's just very unfortunate. So we will continue now to go forward with the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
I'll call for Councillor Liggett. I'm not sure she's on the line now. Councillor Liggett. Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have item number 9.2.1, Report 21-322, CRE, Core Areas Financial Incentives, December 14th, 2021, applications. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Would you like to read it or would you like the clerk to read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think I can read it.
Okay.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann, and that report 21-322 CRE, Core Areas Financial Incentives, December 14th, 2021, applications be received. And the council approved the application for 18 Tannery and the transfer from the Core Area Transformation Fund, CATF, of $45,269 as outlined in Report 21-322 CRE, and that staff be authorized to execute a commitment letter and any required documentation in order to administer this funding. And that council delegate authority to Director of Economic Development and Chief Financial Officer or designates to increase the funding to the maximum amount within the parameters of the specific programs, if necessary. And further, that the work approved under these enhanced incentives be completed within 1 year of the date on the approval letters. And speaking to the motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
I think this, through you, Madam Mayor, I think this is a very good use of our financial incentives. Sorry. Of our financial incentives. This property is the former Salvation Army Church, which sits in the heart of Hespeler Village. And they're going to do a complete renovation of the exterior and also the interior. And once they do this, it'll be a transfer of vacant institutional land space to commercial land, and will be increasing the working population in the village, and basically, you know, some economic development there. So I think it's a win-win for Hespeler Village and the City of Cambridge.
Thank you. I'll now move to any questions from members of council for staff. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Wolf covered extremely well. This is part of the, will help out with the redevelopment of the Hesper Core. This is what used to be the old Salvation Army building that had been there for many, many years. And the good thing is the building is staying. It's not being torn down. It does have some heritage value, and it will get redeveloped for as a commercial property, and it will bring some jobs to the core, and put a little bit extra vibrancy, and every little bit helps. So I think this money would be well spent in this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I will see if there's any other questions or comments. I'll just make a couple of my own. I do think that this is a great use of the fund itself, and really looking forward to continued transformation of our downtown cores through this fund. So thanks to staff on the work for the work on this, and also to the building owners who are making the applications and come forward to improve their property to be enjoyed by everybody. Seeing no further comments, I'm going to have Madam Clerk call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is number 9.3.1, Report 21-319 CRS, Alternative Voting Methods Update, 2022 Municipal and School Board Election. And we have our clerk, Danielle Manton, who sits on my right-hand side, our city clerk, to provide a presentation on the 2022 municipal election planning. So over to you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. We're here with you this evening to share information as it relates to the planning for the 2022 municipal and school board elections. Next slide, please. As you may be aware, the next municipal and school board election will be held on Monday, October 24th, 2022, the fourth Monday in October. The framework and timelines for the administration of the election are outlined through the Municipal Act 1996. In 2022, eligible electors will be able to elect a mayor, ward councillors, school board trustees for public and Catholic school boards, and regional councillors and the regional chair. Next slide, please. As we move ahead with our planning, our criteria continues to be upholding the Municipal Election Act and ensure that our principles to hold an election are kept at the forefront. So we're looking to ensure the secrecy and confidentiality of the voting process is paramount throughout our planning. The election is fair and non-biased. The election shall be accessible to all voters, and the integrity of the voting process be maintained throughout the entire election process, and that there is to be certainty that results of the election reflect the votes cast, and that voters and candidates are treated fairly and consistently throughout the process, and that the majority vote governs by ensuring that valid votes are counted and invalid votes are rejected so far as reasonably possible. Next slide, please. So some legislation updates for you since 2018. Bill 204, Helping Tenants and Small Businesses Act 2020 recognized the need for accurate and a centralized voters list. As you may be aware, recently in past elections, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation was the managing body of the voters list for municipal elections. This act amended the Provincial Elections Act to extend the Chief Electoral Officer of Ontario the responsibility to provide the preliminary list of electors, thus creating a single register of voters for both the provincial and municipal elections. This will take shape in 2026 and won't be active for the 2022 municipal election, but they have begun working on this. Bill 218, Supporting Ontario's Recovery in Municipal Elections Act 2020, removed the option for Ontario municipalities to consider a ranked ballot election for the 2022 election. Staff will stay on top of this item and be sure to monitor its progress as it may change over time, and we'll keep Council updated of any changes. This Bill 218 also adjusted some timelines relating to the preparation for the 2022 municipal election, and some of those are reflected in the report that you have before you this evening. Next slide, please. So some key upcoming dates as it relates to the 2022 municipal election. May 1st is the last day for councils to pass a bylaw authorizing the use of alternative voting methods and vote counting equipment. We're here tonight before you to ask that you approve the use of vote counting equipment and alternative voting methods and a bylaw associated with that, so we can be ahead of our planning. And in light of the pandemic, we felt this was a good option for you this evening. May 2nd is the nomination period beginning. So that will be the first day that any interested candidates can register their nomination. And August 19th is the last day to submit or withdraw a nomination before 2 p.m. Nominations will then be certified by 4 p.m. on August 22nd by the city clerk. And on September 1st, our voters list will be first made available to any candidates. So as we move ahead, September 24th is the first day for a municipality to hold an advanced voting day. We will be looking between September 24th and October 21st to hold our advanced period, and that information will come to you in the next few months. October 1st is the last day to establish a compliance audit committee. The city is working with our regional municipalities to establish a joint committee for compliance audit for the 2022 municipal election. And October 24th is our voting day. The new term at council would begin on November 15th, with the inaugural happening shortly after that. And March 31st would be the deadline for candidates to file financial statements. Next slide, please. Providing you some statistics on the 2018 municipal election. As you will recall, there are 85,731 eligible electors in Cambridge, and our voter turnout in 2018 was 32.24%, which was up 30% from 2014. We had 8,677 voters use internet voting, which was up 5,000 voters since 2014. 2,071 voters voted at the advance poll, and 485 voted at traveling polls. And on voting day, 17,059 voters cast their vote at physical polls. And we had 4 third-party advertisers registered with us in 2018. Next slide, please. So as part of the process of bringing these voting methods to you this evening, we held an election survey on Engage Cambridge so we could understand a little bit from our electors the different methods they might be interested in for 2022. Eligible voters were asked to provide input to this through our Engage Cambridge site. The survey was available for completion the second week of August through the first week of September, and we received 128 responses. The largest representation of responses were from wards 4, 1, and 6, and most responses received were from the 60 to 69 year demographic group, followed by 50 to 59 years, and 30 to 39 years, and so on. We're very grateful to our community for providing this feedback. It did help us in our planning going forward. Next slide, please. So we're recommending a hybrid approach for the planning of the 2022 municipal election. We'd like to see our advance period include curbside drive-through in-person voting. If you'll remember, in the 2020 by-election, we held curbside voting outside of City Hall here and in our civic lot, and it was quite successful. So we're looking to bring curbside in-person drive-through voting to each ward during the advance period. So this would include the use of paper ballots at the drive-through voting with an optical scan tabulator to cast the ballot on. There'd be 1 curbside location per ward, and electors would be able to vote anywhere in their ward. Sorry, it says anywhere in their city, but it's anywhere in the ward during the advance period and on voting day. The internet voting option is also available for our electors in 2022, so that will conclude a few days prior to voting day, just to mitigate any potential disruptions as were experienced in 2018 with our internet voting. Next slide, please. So on election day, what we would be doing is having in-person voting using paper ballots and our optical scan tabulators at polling locations. And again, that would be voting anywhere in your ward. So each ward may have, say, 4 voting locations, and electors are able to go to any one of those 4 locations. We'd be looking to establish larger polling locations in each ward as well, so that we can manage the unexpected turnout of electors should we see more electors turning out at one location versus another. We will also be having accessible voting here at City Hall, and this will be active from the day advance voting begins until voting day closes at 8 p.m. on October 24th. Next slide, please. As you know, planning an election in a pandemic is, it's an unknown process and it's difficult to navigate through. We do have the benefit of recently, under unfortunate circumstances, having to hold a Ward 7 by-election. And so that provided us with the ability to, establish processes, roles, training materials. So we're quite confident in our ability to carry this out should we be still in a pandemic come October. And as you know, we did implement the use of Section 53, the Municipal Elections Act, for the 2020 Ward 7 by-election to postpone the election. Those orders were lifted. And so if that needs to be done again, based on the status of the pandemic, that is an option for us, but definitely not something we're looking to do. So we're hoping not to have to use that. Next slide, please. So just touching again on our voters list. So MPAC provides the preliminary list of our elector voters list from their database, and staff review this regularly to make changes as necessary to the voters list. In recent years, the quality of the voters list has been flawed due to inaccuracies, and we quite often hear about this following the municipal election and throughout that process. In 2020, the province passed the legislation that will create a single register of voters in both the provincial and municipal elections. And MPAC will continue to provide our voters list until 2024, and then that single list will be available to voters in 2026. Next slide, please. A ward boundary review is also something that we'll be looking to do in the next term of council. In 2010, the city changed the boundary wards from 6 to 8 wards with the mayor elected at large. Since 2010, the city's population has grown significantly, and it's recognized that a ward boundary review should be undertaken. This was mentioned in 2014 following the municipal election. So with the Ward 7 by-election in 2020 and impacts from the pandemic, we have not had sufficient time to complete a ward boundary review, but we'll look to do this during the next term of council. Next slide, please. Just for upcoming preparations, we plan to have candidate information packages available early in 2022. I would encourage any interested candidates to keep an eye on the city's website and our social media channels, and we'll make sure to share that information once it's available. We'll also be hosting candidate information sessions and open houses through a virtual format likely. And of course, we'll complete outreach with all of our citizen advisory committees and any other interested groups just to provide education to the public and utilize any media campaigning that we can to advertise any opportunities available to candidates. Next slide, please. This is my information if anyone wishes to reach out and contact me at any point related to the municipal election, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. That's a very thorough presentation. So I'll now turn to members of council to see if there's any questions on the presentation for Madam Clerk. And seeing none, does anybody have any comments? And seeing none, I think we'll move to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Mann, I believe you have the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, I do have the motion. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Adshade. And the recommendation is that report 21-319 CRS Alternative Voting Methods Update 2022 Municipal and School Board Election be received for information, and that the City of Cambridge adopts paper ballot tabulation and internet voting for the 2022 municipal election scheduled on Monday, October 24, 2022. And further, that the bylaw to support the use of voter tabulations and internet voting as an alternative method in the 2022 municipal and school board election attached as Appendix B to report 21-319 CRS be passed.
Thank you.
Just speaking to the motion, if I may.
Yep, please go ahead.
I think staff have done a great job in providing us with the detailed information that they have, and I'm really encouraged to hear that we'll have a hybrid system available for advanced polling, and on election day we'll have the paper ballots, and I think the accessibility voting will be of great benefit as well. So well done, and certainly no problem in supporting the recommendations that have been put forward by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I do have comments, but I do have a question as well, so I'll save my comments. But that has to do with if we'll see any potential changes in these the use of these alternative methods if the pandemic, let's say, worsens in intensity. So could we see internet voting, for example, extended all the way to the election day? Are those variabilities or changes possible, or is this fairly set in stone from here on in?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, in fact, I will tell you that internet voting does give staff a great amount of flexibility as it relates to some things that we're looking ahead to in 2022. We have been alerted to a global paper shortage, and I know we're experiencing other shortages across the globe right now as it relates to technology, but absolutely we have been alerted to a paper shortage. So should we run into any issues, as it turns out that because we're using paper ballots, then we would absolutely pivot to internet and look to extend those times. That's the great thing about using internet voting. It does give us that ability to still carry out an accessible election. If I could just add that should we have to do something like that, we would absolutely bring that to council and make sure that we had a public campaign around that so that we were educating our electors as well. And then we would also be looking to offer internet voting at community centers so that people aren't, left looking for somewhere to go and cast their ballots.
Great, thank you.
If you have a comment, you may as well carry on.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just to quickly add, someone who is very much involved in the Ward 7 by-election, I know going into it, there's a lot of uncertainty around residents saying, well, what's drive-through voting going to be like? What's voting during a pandemic going to be like? But it was carried off so well, and it's a testament to staff and Clerk Manton's or Danielle's work that we can really rise above these very challenging circumstances and ensure that the voice of citizens and the democratic process is followed. So I see the innovation and the progressive methods in this report as very not just apt but exciting, considering the dire circumstance that in some ways we face. So just want to thank staff and everyone for their work on this, and I think it really does position us well for all of the uncertainties going forward into October 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am just going to add and shout it from the rooftops that Danielle and her team received an Ontario award because of their delivering a safe election under dire circumstances during a pandemic. One of 4 municipalities that worked together to bring about an incredibly successful Ward 7 by-election in the middle of a pandemic. Never been done before. So that's the great teams that we have here. Very innovative. We're so proud of our city staff in every circumstance. Seeing no further comments, but a lot of applause. I think I'll ask Madam Clerk to get back to work here and call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have item number 9.3.2, report 21-331 CRS proposed schedule for 2022 meetings of council. And I understand that our Deputy City Manager, Dave Bush, would like to say a few words to start us off. Thank you, Dave. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor McGarry, and through you to all of council. Just want to give a brief update on the pandemic and where we're at corporately. As you know, Dr. Moore, Chief Medical Officer of Health, has announced alarming advancements of Omicron across Ontario and noted that initially Omicron was expected to be predominant COVID-19 variant in early January. However, this is now expected to be the case within this week. We also heard from Dr. Sue Lee Wong, Medical Officer of Health for the region of Waterloo, in her media update that Omicron has been confirmed in Waterloo region. An outbreak amongst sports teams subsequently led to 500 plus high-risk contacts. Omicron is spreading rapidly and extensively in our community, as it is doing elsewhere in Ontario. Our focus is the health and well-being of our community, and it's the utmost importance to the region. Dr. Wong shared the cases of COVID-19 are increasingly local and provincially, and the latest modeling from the province projects that this trend will continue and strain Ontario's healthcare capacity towards the end of the month and into January, even without accounting for the potential impact of the Omicron variant. So public health at this time is asking the community to reduce all non-essential contact with others at this time, including sports contact. This is in key to keep our schools and businesses open, preserve local health system capacity. Local school boards have been asked to pause all sports and extracurricular activities for the rest of the year in order to decrease the risk of class dismissals and school closures. Dr. Wong also provided 3 main takeaways. Workplaces should cancel or minimize in-person holiday parties and gatherings. Residents minimize the size of their private in-person gatherings. Workplaces should begin preparations to enable work from home were operationally feasible. So with this information, the corporate leadership team has made the decision to return to work remotely for employees that are able to do so until the end of January. Service Cambridge main floor counters will remain open to the public during this time. Council will continue to meet virtually and are encouraged to follow all protocols to keep safe and healthy. We do encourage everyone to get the third vaccine dose when they are eligible. It is one of the best defenses against the virus, along with limiting gatherings, wearing face coverings, maintaining physical distancing, and washing hands. Stay vigilant, don't let your guard down. We will continue to closely monitor the pandemic situation, and we'll reassess mid-January to see where we're at with remote working and as the pandemic progresses. In the meantime, stay safe, stay well, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. And I think that at this time, I would like to echo your comments. We've been hearing that sobering news as a regional council and a board of health director. This is indeed the message that Dr. Wong is trying to impart to all of us. I also wanted to take a moment to recognize Mr. Bush and his team, as well as Mr. Calder, who have helped to lead the team at the region in order to continue our pandemic planning and our safety of our employees, which has always been their top priority, and the safety of our residents. So I wanted to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the incredible work that you've been doing, not just in this year, 2021, but really since the start of the pandemic. We've often been ahead and more innovative than other communities. And I can't be more proud of the work that everyone has done to date in order to keep us safe. And I also wanted to acknowledge that this is no news that any of us wanted to hear. However, we're all in this together. We do need to keep each other safe. And so the best Christmas gift or holiday gift that we can give to people is by keeping them safe as well. In saying that, we'll now move forward to have the motion placed on the floor. And Councillor Devine, I believe you have this motion. Would you like to read it, or Madam Clerk to read it?
No, I'm capable of reading it.
That's good news. Go ahead.
Okay, item 21-331 bracket CRS proposed schedule for 2022 meetings of council. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Recommendation that the report 21-331 bracket CRS proposed schedule for 2002 meetings of council be received, and the council approve a proposed schedule of meetings for 2022 as set out in Appendix A of report 21-331 bracket CRS, and the city clerk be directed to report back in the first quarter of 2022 with a hybrid meeting policy, as well as a plan to resume in-person meetings of council. I so move.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to any questions on this item. Councillor Liggett, I see your hand up. That's good. So please go ahead.
Yes, I'm getting technologically advanced here.
And we can even hear you too. So go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. By voting yes for this report, does that also accommodate the times in that report? If so, I'd like to make an amendment.
Madam Clerk, did you want to answer that?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, we have proposed that as we have council remaining virtual for 2022 at the beginning, until we have that hybrid policy in front of you, that the times remain the same, but you're welcome to place an amendment.
Thank you. So my amendment would be that the meetings start at 6 rather than 5. That would also include the ones that are part of the planning and development procedures, the statutory public meetings, the way the meetings, anyway, I would do that, and I'd like to speak to my amendment, please.
Yep, I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if you have a seconder for that. I don't see a seconder for
I'll-
that.
I'll second it, Mayor McGarry and Councillor Mena.
Oh, okay.
For you.
Councillor Mena. All right, Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
You know, we thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we have those 4 pillars of inclusiveness, respect, integrity, and service. And I would say that we're not serving the public to our full capacity when we start meetings at 10 o'clock in the morning and at 5 o'clock in the evening. There's a lack of inclusiveness from those people who could be at the meetings, and that includes myself. As you will all note, that I am not able to make the daytime meetings, and I struggle to get here in time for 6 o'clock, most meetings. So my vote isn't heard. My representation of the public is not heard. So to me, there's a lack of respect for me as an elected official when this happens. I see no reason why we cannot go an hour later into the evening, no different than when we started at 7. A virtual meeting is no different time-wise than what occurs in council chambers. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further comments, I'm going to ask the clerk to read out your amendment and make sure that we've got it correctly. Madam Clerk.
Through you, your worship, the amendment is that all meetings, including the statutory public special council meetings, be amended to a 6 p.m. start time rather than a 10 a.m. and a 5 p.m. start time.
Correct.
Councillor Liggett, that's correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are there any further comments before we go to a vote on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll vote on the amendment now. Madam Clerk. Councillor Adshade.
Opposed.
Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Mayor McGarry.
Opposed.
And that amendment fails.
Okay, now we'll go back to the main motion. Are there any further comments on the main motion before we take it to a vote? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote on the main motion. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. We're almost done, really. Next on our agenda, we have item 9.4.1, Report 21-294 IFS Winter Level of Service and Update. Councillor Adshade, you have the motion. Will you please read in its entirety?
I do, your worship. It's moved by myself and second one by Councillor Mehta. That report 21-294 bracket IFS winter level of service and update be received for information.
Thank you. So I'll now turn to members of council to see if there are any questions for staff. Seeing none, we will turn now for any comments from council. And seeing none, I would just like to add a comment that I wanted to give kudos to not only Mike Hauser, but his team for keeping our roads as safe as possible during winter storms, and just recognizing the work that's done to try and keep the traveling public as safe as possible. So thank you for that. And I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have item number 9.5.1, 21, sorry, report 21-332. Let me try that again. Report number 21-332 OCM, composition of the MergeCo Holding Company Board of Directors, nominating committee recommendations. So I'll go to move to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Mann or Deputy Mayor Mann, you've already unmuted. Please go ahead. You've got the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think Madam Clerk can read it much better than I can. And I just want to make one note that in the elected delegates, Craig Mann is not any relative of mine. So I just want to make that clarification. And if Madam Clerk could read it for me, I would appreciate that.
That is appreciated. Thank you for the clarification. Madam Clerk?
Item number 21332 OCM, composition of the MergeCo Holding Board of Directors nominating committee recommendations, moved by Councillor Mann, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Whereas at a joint council meeting held on August 30th, 2021, the City of Cambridge and the Township of North Dumfries approved terms and conditions of the merger participation agreement between the Corporation of the City of Brantford, the Corporation of the City of Cambridge, the Township of North Dumfries, Brantford Energy Corporation, Cambridge and North Dumfries Energy Plus Inc., Brantford Power Inc., Energy Plus Inc., Cambridge and North Dumfries Energy Solution Inc., and Brantford Hydro Inc., the MPA, and the unanimous shareholders agreement between Brantford, Cambridge, North Dumfries, MergeCo Holding Company, and LDC Amalco, the USA. And whereas the USA provides for the composition of the MergeCo Holding Company board for an initial period comprised of the mayors of Brantford, Cambridge, and North Dumfries, or their delegates, and the following independent directors: Anita Davis, Scott Saint, Lynn Wooler, and Craig Mann, the nomination committee. And whereas the USA authorizes the nomination committee to search, evaluate, and provide recommendations for 3 additional independent director nominees for the MergeCo Holding Company board to Brantford, Cambridge, and North Dumfries for their consideration. And whereas the nomination committee has now completed its process and recommends Peter Ferrero, Jerry Remmers, and Terry Smith as the 3 additional independent directors for the MergeCo Holding Company board, the additional independent directors. And whereas the Cambridge and North Dumfries Energy Plus Inc. board and the Brantford Power Inc. board both support the nomination committee's recommendations of the additional independent directors. And whereas the MergeCo Holding Company board of directors has the power and authority to appoint directors to all subsidiary boards once incorporated pursuant to the USA. Now, therefore, the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge hereby enacts as follows. The City of Cambridge hereby approves the recommendations of the nomination committee and appoints Peter Ferrero, Jerry Remmers, and Terry Smith as the directors of the MergeCo Holding Company board once established. The City of Cambridge confirms the nomination committee must forthwith begin its recruitment, evaluation, and selection process with respect to appointing directors to all MergeCo Holding Company subsidiary boards in order for these subsidiaries to have presumptive directors identified, ready, and willing to be served on these subsidiary boards effective once established.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this time for staff? Seeing none, are there any comments that council wishes to make? Deputy Mayor Mann.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I just want to say that it's an exciting time for the cities of Cambridge and Brantford and the Township of North Dumfries as we move together under this MergeCo Holding Company. And I think there are great things that will come forward as we move together with this Hydroelectric Commission group. And I think it's, like I say, it's great for Cambridge, it's great for Brantford, and it's great for North Dumfries Township as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will add some comments and say everything that you have. And as well, thank you to all of the council members that have served on the advisory committee, and did want to recognize that my fellow shareholders, fellow mayors, Sue Foxton, Kevin Davis from Brantford, and the time and effort that all parties have spent in order to get us to this point. It is very exciting for Cambridge as well as our ratepayers. So very excited to see this move ahead. And with that, I'll call for the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Definitely in favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And that concludes our regular agenda. So I'm just going to look to other business from any other members of council. Anything for discussion? Deputy Mayor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just one notice or one piece of information that I wanted to share, and it has to do with our Financial Services Division. Back in November, our Financial Services Division were acknowledged for with the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting by going beyond the minimal requirements for financial preparations, financial statements, and I think that's the 6th year in a row that our financial services staff and team have been recognized for the work that they do. That's 6 years where we have seen the work by the staff in our city doing outstanding work and making sure that our financial statements and our budgeting process is clear and concise and transparent. And then today we received another notification that we received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the 2nd year in a row. And again, the highest quality of budgeting, and it meets very specific criteria as far as policy document and financial planning and operations guide and communications tools. And again, I just want to make sure that we see this and we hear about this from about the staff who do the work behind the scenes in our organization. And I think it's really important for council to be aware of that and for the public to be aware of the work that goes on behind the scenes and the dedication, the commitment, and the professionalism that our staff show. It gives us as council, I'm sure, every confidence in the abilities of the people who are working in our financial area. It also gives the community confidence because they get to see that we are recognized for the work that we do. So I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention this evening. I wanted to let the public know that Cheryl Ayers is our Chief Financial Officer, and she has an amazing team who works with her to make sure that the work that is done is done to the best of their abilities. And what's outstanding about that is it's always been recognized by other levels of government and other organizations. So I want to congratulate Cheryl and her team, and I want to make sure that the public are aware of that too. So thank you for the work that you do. And on behalf of council, I think we all want to thank you for your dedication and commitment to our service, to our city, and to our constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and I think we all echo your comments. And again, it's the 2nd time we've been pointing out that our incredible staff have been recognized with provincial and national awards. So thank you to that. Councillor Devine, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, I do. Through the chair, and I agree with Councillor Mann on what he said. I would just like maybe staff to check something for us, and I could be mistaken here. When we talked about the deputy mayor last, I think it was last March. I think there was direction given to come back with a procedure for it by the end of December, and I don't see it on the meeting here. And if it doesn't happen until January, that's fine. But I would just like staff to be able to check that, please. Thank you.
I'll turn to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Through your worship, thank you for noting that, Councillor Devine. You are correct. The direction was to come back by the end of the year or the lifting of the municipal emergency. Notice was sent to council last week just to let you know of 3 items that required reporting back to council by the end of the year, and letting you know that you'll see those 3 items in the first quarter of 2022. So that included tiny homes direction, the naloxone kits in city facilities, and the deputy mayor structure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And everybody have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you. All right, we'll move forward now for a motion to receive correspondence and presentations. So the following motion is related to those items of correspondence and presentations at council. Councillor Mehta, I believe you have the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I do. I'm just going to quickly get that. Oh, here it is. Okay. So the motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. The recommendation that all presentations and correspondence from the December 14th, 2021 special council meeting be received.
Thank you. Does council have any comments about that? Seeing none, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Next up on our agenda is consideration of bylaws. Councillor Liggett, I believe you have this motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the following bylaws listed under the heading of introduction and consideration of bylaws be enacted and passed. Being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 150-85 as amended with respect to land municipally known as 155 Equestrian Way, R02/21. Being bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 150-85 as amended with respect to
The
land
next bylaw, she
known.
doesn't, this, oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, Councillor Liggett. The second bylaw does not need to be read out as that item was deferred.
Oh, right. Okay. I should have noted that. I should have known that. Okay. Thank you. Being a bylaw to authorize the use of alternative voting methods and voting counting equipment for the 2022 municipal and school board election.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. And just noting again that it is just the first and the last bylaws that we're talking about here, just as we go to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So the next item is the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Mann, I believe you have this. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf that bylaw 21-093, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge, be enacted and passed.
Thank you. I'll ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Well, sad news, but we've reached the end of our agenda for today. Councillor Mehta, you have the motion for our close of meeting. Will you please read it?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I do. This motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devine. The recommendation that the council meeting does now adjourn at 9:10 p.m.
Thank you. I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed.
Favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting for tonight. We are adjourned. Please stay safe and have a safe and happy holiday. Good night, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Great.
Christmas.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays.
Happy holidays.